the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members who will hear your case tonight would be myself. My name is William Ray. I am the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Brown, Mr. Sadal, and Mr. Neal. To my left, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Jordan. Staff members present tonight are Mr. Carlisle, Ms. Clark, and Ms. Working. And our attorney to my immediate right is Mr. Andrew Hetherington. Thank you. He's new. He's sitting in for Mr. Kevin Hughey, who is our attorney generally. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we're in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the announcement, an announcement was posted in the Charleston City paper, not the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have requested declaration of our meeting have also been notified. Board members, the notes for July 13, 2026 for the public hearing were mailed to you. Are there any changes? If not, can I get a motion to approve and a second?
Motion. Approve.
And a second. Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimously carries. Thank you. Thank you. Our case rulings from this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public for review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or enforcement of a zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present tonight is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. And then we have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specific location within the zoning district, upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulations, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find the special exception meet all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation by the BZA regulations of the ordinance where such of an action will not be contrary to the public interest or where, owing to the conditions particular to the property and the result of the actions or situations of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code would not result in unnecessary and undue hardship. And such variance is consistent with section 6-29-800 of the Code of the State of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. The purpose of tonight's meeting is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board in gathering evidence pertinent to each case. If a board member of the BZA feels a need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding and that we can take no action that would negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presenting written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into this permanent record of this body. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or deny special exceptions or variances requests. We're also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to applicants, and U.S. mail to neighbors and community members of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or it's been diligently pursued. However, if an applicant request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within this time limit deprives the court of the jurisdiction to hear this matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All of the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either in writing or orally. Therefore, each person who wishes to address this board, we ask that you be sworn in by the BZA secretary before providing testimony. In order to expedite this procedure, we ask those who wish to speak to us tonight and provide testimony, we ask that you stand as a group, and Ms. Workin will administer the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask that those who are speaking either in support or opposition of the case, they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant would then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. And then finally, the board will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight, we have 8 new cases, and our first case will be done by Mr. Carlisle, which is case BZA 05-26-00977. And also, you will notice that we won't be looking back behind us. Quite often, we have monitors in front of us so that we can keep up and see what's going on, as well as you looking here behind us. Mr. Carlisle, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ray. Board members, the applicant and property owner, Connor Burnham, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental, EHR, at 880 Trent Street, TMS number 309-1400123, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the north, south, and east are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The property west of the subject property is located within the jurisdiction of the city of Charleston. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence built in 1999. The applicant proposes to operate the residence as an extended home rental by offering 3 bedrooms for short-term rental use, accommodating a maximum of 10 occupants, and providing 5 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZLDR. The property owner has indicated they will manage the rental operations. The location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 low-density residential zoning district. It's the 300-foot radius map. The aerials of the property. We posted the property on July 16th. These are photos of the subject property and parking. These are adjacent properties, Trent Street, the site plan, the tenant notice, the recorded plat. Staff finds the request may meet all the approval criteria. We received 10 public comments in opposition to this request. The board may approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, it should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. 5, the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental property use shall not exceed 10 occupants at any time. And 6, the property owner shall obtain all necessary retroactive zoning and building permits for the 150 square foot shed at the rear of the property. And happy to answer any questions.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. I'm not sure if you'll know the answers to them, but we'll try. Pull up the applicant's drawing for the cars. It looks like it's got 5 on there, or 6, or 5, I guess. The picture that shows the front lawn looks like there's a ditch in the front yard. I don't know if the dimensions are wide enough to park a car in that area. If we want to go back to that street photo, I noticed that there's a ditch. It didn't look like there's sidewalks in front of the yard, so that looks like that's a problematic. That's my first question.
So,
I think there was a street view that I saw previously. Yeah, there you go. See the ditch there? I mean, I guess there's enough room, but that's a little bit of problematic for me if we were to put a car there. Because there's another picture, I noticed that there's a car parked somewhat on the street. It was an overhead picture. So if the applicant's listening, that's probably something I'm going to be asking about. And then the second question is, I noticed in the comments, the negative comments, referenced a bus stop. Can you show us on the aerial photo or the county photo where the bus stop is? Somebody referenced it at Trent Street and Pleasant Street. I'm just not sure if we know where that is, because they said it was too close to this area.
Yeah, I don't have that, the particular location of the bus stop. Let me see, Trent Street.
I think the comment referenced Pleasant Street, but my memory could easily be wrong. They said it was along Trent Street, so that's just something I'm.
Gotcha.
I
Unfortunately, I don't know where
That's
that
fine.
is located.
I'm sure.
Regarding your first question regarding the parking spots, originally he was going to ask to have more bedrooms being rented, but is only asking for 3. So the number of spots required is 5. This plan shows 6, which reflects kind of the original ask. But the 5 that are either on the driveway or kind of toward the rear, that spot that's near the front on the front yard basically would not be, needed. People could park where the other 5 are shown.
Yeah, because a lot of the negative comments, the reason I bring it up, a lot of the negative comments brought up how traffic and issues like that. So that's just what I wanted to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
What can you share with us about the unpermitted shed that's in the back and where that's at in the process?
Yeah, so I know he's applied for the zoning permit. It's just a matter of getting the permit issued, the zoning permit first, and then he would get the building services permit second. all that would have to be completed. So the zoning permit issued, building permit issued, final inspection done, and the building permit finalized before we would issue the actual short-term rental permit.
Does the shed, other than being unpermitted at the moment, does it meet all other zoning requirements? It's not within a setback or?
No, it meets all the requirements other than not being permitted currently. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation and your investigation. I wanted to drill down on what my colleague on the right said regarding parking. I see on the site plan that we have before us, we've got 6 spaces. 2 of the spaces back on the side where the shed is, where the roof line is, they show up there, but they're behind a gate. How do you get access to them if they're behind the gate?
That'd be a question for the applicant.
Okay. Second thing is that, and again, we have to be duly concerned. One of the factors in the law is that we have to be concerned for the neighborhood and the impact on them. And I say this about every time because I'm living on Isle of Palms. We're at the epicenter of everything that can go bad with short-term rentals. And what we don't want is something to look like a used car lot in front. The space that we have that my colleague was asking about is actually in the yard. There's no, that's in the grass. It's not in, there's no designated parking space there. When I was looking at the area, it doesn't look like that's consistent with the neighbors, what the neighbors have. And again, that's something that we need to give due consideration to for the neighbors. Explain that to me.
Yeah, so.
Why is that a good practice?
Well, I mean, currently, the ordinance calls for providing X number of parking spaces based on the number of bedrooms being rented and the use. For us, of course, we want as many on an actual driveway as possible, but we don't have anything in the ordinance that prohibits it being in the yard. That's where it kind of falls into y'all's purview.
That's why I see it.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, that one that does show at the front is not required. That this is kind of the original site plan that was submitted. And after this was submitted, the number of bedrooms being rented went down. So 5 parking spaces are required instead of the 6 that show.
How many spaces were they seeking? I mean, how many, what was the occupation they were seeking to start with?
It would have been 4 bedrooms, which would have required 6 parking spaces. But now it's 3. It's the
3 bedrooms for what's in effect a 3-bedroom house.
Yes.
Okay. But, well, I know I'm going to have to ask the applicant about it, but I'm seeing 3 parking spaces. I'm not seeing that I'm seeing 2 behind the gate, 1 in the front yard, and we don't want, the neighbors, I'm sure, don't want to have it looking like a used car lot. And we do have an obligation to consider the neighbors. The next question I had is, as I looked at the comments, and somebody's, I'm going to use the word mistaken, I'm reading where neighbors are saying this has been a party house and there have been a lot of things going on. It appears to have been rented. Any comments on that?
As far as any parties, I don't know anything about that. I do know that it was, listed for rental, advertised, operated without a permit originally.
Well, that's an important thing. Not because we're certainly not the zoning police, but we have to predict whether somebody is going to be a good neighbor, and if they haven't been in the past, that's something that I'm certainly going to consider. How long? So they're renting it. They're not paying the taxes. They're not paying the permits. They're violating the law. Is that the essence of what I'm hearing?
Well, they weren't. They were operating without a permit. Yes. So technically, that is a violation.
They're breaking the law.
Yes.
All right.
Technically.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Do we have any questions on this side? Let me get this side once, kind of balancing it out a little bit.
Mr. Carlisle, there was some written testimony in opposition to it that states there are no Airbnbs in this neighborhood. Is that true? Did you run your records to see if there's anything in that area?
So there are a couple in the area, like in the wider neighborhood. I want to say it was, I believe, 3, like in the larger neighborhood area.
Okay, and those are all permitted, correct?
Not necessarily, unfortunately.
More work. All right,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Mr. Sedol, you had a question, sir?
That was my question.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for him to take a shot. Okay, thank you so very much.
Yes, sir.
Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. If you would, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have 5 minutes, is that right? Something
Yes,
like
sir.
that. Okay, gotcha.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, before you start, we will post the time up here so that you can have a visual picture of how much time you have left.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Connor Burnham. I'm here today requesting a special exception to operate an extended home rental at 880 Trent Street. Thank you for the opportunity to present my application. Before I talk about the application itself, I'd like to share a little about my connection to this home. I lived at 880 Trent Street for 5 years. During that time, I got to know my neighbors, took pride in the neighborhood, and cared for the property as my home. Even though I no longer live there, I still view myself as a neighbor, and I intend to operate the property with that same mindset. My request today is to allow this home to operate as an extended home rental in accordance with the Charleston County's regulations. I'm not asking to expand the home, increase its size, or change the residential character of the property. Throughout this process, I've worked closely with the county staff to make sure my application complies with the current requirements. The application is limited to 3 rental bedrooms, a maximum of 10 overnight occupants, 5 on-site parking spaces, and 144 rental nights per year. Those limitations were intentionally adopted to comply with the county's standards. I understand that approval isn't just about those numbers. It's about whether the property can be operated responsibly and remain compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. To help ensure that it does, I've put procedures in place that include strict occupancy limits, no parties or events, quiet hours, off-street parking, exterior security cameras, and a clear emergency information for every guest. Every guest receives evacuation information along with my direct contact information, so if an issue ever arises, I'm personally responsible for responding to it. I'm not a hands-off owner. I am the owner, I am the operator, and I'm personally accountable for how this property is managed. If this application is approved, my responsibility to my neighbors does not decrease. It increases. My goal is to provide a well-managed home for visitors while continuing to respect the people who call this neighborhood home every day. I appreciate the board taking the time to consider my application. I believe I've taken the necessary steps to operate this property responsibly, to protect the character of the neighborhood, and to be accountable both as an owner and as the operator. And before I get to questions, I did want to present, I know you saw the site plan, so I don't have to present that, but there were a couple of questions here about the overhead street view. Did not show my property. You looked at the street view. It didn't actually show that property. It was the other across the street neighbor. I will address the shed after the zoning, assuming this gets approved, hopefully. The bus stop, I believe, is on Spring Garden. It's a few houses down from me. I'm aware of the bus that is there. I, drove past it every day at 7 a.m. or whatever when I was going to work. Parking behind gates. So I know you mentioned it's Mr. Trislow. It's not in uniform with the neighbors, and it's not a used car lot. I completely understand that. I do not want it to look like that by any means. There are 4 spots that I know for a fact fit in that driveway, but for whatever reason, when I was getting the site plan done, it would not allow those boxes, rectangles to fit there. So 4 spots on the driveway itself, and then 1 additional spot behind the gate would be all that is necessary. And the gate does open, and it would fit well wider than a car. It's a double wide gate, and it does open inward, so to make sure that a car could get back there. I actually, when well, I'll avoid going there right now. But I do have the tenant notice that shows all the evacuation routes. It would post the trash collection for Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Where's my time? It's on the back. Oh, okay. I also have guest rules that I'll make sure are followed strictly for occupancy, parties, quiet hours, parking, security, smoking. There is no smoking. I do not want parties. I don't want wedding rehearsals or anything like that. I'll make sure that's very clear. Same thing with safety. And there was one, it was Dale, my next door neighbor, Middleton, who, and this is probably the biggest one that impacted me as a neighbor when he mentioned his disabled daughter, who they've had to call a fire truck multiple times, emergency response vehicles, and where minutes and seconds really do matter. I will make sure that nobody is parking off-site. There's going to be plenty of on-site parking. If I have to do little garden stakes and make sure that there's signs that say do not park off-site, I will do that. I will make sure that there is no effect to Dale Middleton at all. And lastly, I do have my other next-door neighbor, Bernice Neesmith, who so kindly offered to give me a note. So she wrote, "To whom it may concern, I am a resident of the Melrose subdivision and reside next door to 880 Trent Street, the property that is under consideration for a zoning change." Technically not a zoning change, but I am writing to say that I have no objection to the request for rezoning. The owner has taken care to make sure that the neighborhood has not suffered any adverse effects. He has also provided an open line of communication in the event any concerns arise. Thank you for your consideration of my statement. Bernice Neesmith, she did sign that. I have copies of all this if you need it.
So at this time,
Yes, I'm done.
your time has elapsed.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Now, if you want us to, we've heard what you said, the letter that you read. If you want us to consider that, you would need to submit it up here to us.
Okay.
For our permanent record.
Absolutely.
And at this time, board members, Mr. Jordan, you have the first question of the evening.
How appropriate.
How lovely.
Do I stay here?
Yes, sir, if you
Okay,
would.
all right.
So now you get to answer a couple of questions from our
Absolutely.
board. Mr. Jordan has his
How
first
far do you
question.
live from this property?
Currently, I live 15 minutes away over in Hollywood, South Carolina.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to answer your phone at 4 o'clock in the morning? Is your recorder going to answer it?
Absolutely, if I have to. I do it for my current job anyway. I'm up at 4
I
a.m.
don't think if you have to is what we want to hear.
Well-
You said you're going to do it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Nelson. Not Mr. Neal, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick topics, easy answers. The reason I brought up the bus spot is because obviously the buses are real wide, which is connected to why parking on the street would be problematic. So it sounds like you volunteering to address no parking on the street.
Absolutely.
Which would be, I didn't even know about this other issue with the neighbor and the disabled child, but that sounds like a really good idea that could help you. My first question was, did you have any other contact with any homeowners? Because all we're seeing is 11 negative comments, and I'm hoping somebody's going to be marketing in your favor. So obviously we got one comment. Did you go around the neighborhood and talk to people saying, hey, we're going to do this?
I did
or is
not.
this just a surprise?
No, they posted the comment section, for lack of better words, last Friday. I was able to review it last Friday to see it, and it was a
Okay,
bit.
That's fine. I'm not punishing.
Well, I wasn't walking around and knocking on doors.
Okay.
When I was there this past weekend to address a couple things, Bernice, my next door neighbor, came and talked to me. She showed me the Facebook group. She talked to me about the comments, and she offered to help in any way.
Okay.
So she offered that letter.
That's fine. So, very briefly, explain the difference in what's going on with these rumored previous parties and problems. I don't know if there's anything on record with the city of noise violations or anything like that, but one of the things we have to undertake is to approve something like this is not going to change the character of the neighborhood, and bringing wild parties into a neighborhood that looks like a pretty nice neighborhood is problematic. So is this something new that you're starting, or is this something that's been going on for a while?
No, it's been going on.
And
I'll
how are you going to stop it, and what kind of evidence should we consider that it's, hey, this is going to be a new deal?
So the evidence to consider would be that I have complied with every request that the committee has sent to me. And in the past, yes, for the past 10 months, I have been operating the short-term rental, and I got the letter in the mail. They told me to disable the listing. I have since disabled it. I've made sure that from 18 occupants, which is what I had, because I had a common area that I had beds in. I had a Murphy bed in the office. They have since told me I have to get rid of that. I entirely plan to do that. And I've already reduced it and disabled it to 10 occupants.
Real quick, things. I don't want to dominate too much here.
For sure.
What are you going to do to alleviate any issues with the neighbors moving forward instead of what you're trying to do for the permit? I mean, the neighbors are the ones we're concerned about.
Yeah, and I think the primary concerns with this, it was noise, it was parking, and it's safety. So noise, I will be monitoring noise. I will have any kind of hardware that I need inside at a certain decibel level to alert me that it is too loud. There are quiet hours, of course, just from the general ordinance of the neighborhood that should be complied with. They're also posted, and any rules that I'll make sure that I have. Parking, I believe I've addressed that just from my previous comments. And safety, first and foremost, I want to make sure that I'm a good neighbor. And I do not want to allow people to come into the house that are riffraff. I want to make sure, and Bernice, my next door neighbor, hate to name drop so much, but I ask her constantly if anything is going on. And she said everybody, for the most part, has been pleasant. There was one guy that decided to take my driveway to get out of the area, and I said I will absolutely address that. I'll make sure that there's markers there too.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Siddell, you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Perm, thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that you're going to be self-managing the property, and you live 15 minutes away. Are you going to be giving your personal telephone number to all the surrounding neighbors so that they may be able to call you if there's some kind of problem?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to drill down on a couple of things, but first, I looked in your application. Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes, sir.
Hollywood, South Carolina.
I mean, what's the address?
5434 Chaplin's Landing Road.
The reason I was asking is when I looked at that address, it appears to be owner occupied by someone else that's paying at the 4% rate and not as a rental. Can you explain that to me?
I currently live with my parents.
Are these your parents?
Those are my
at that
parents.
Address?
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay. Do you claim this piece of property that we're dealing with, where you're seeking a short-term rental? Are you paying at 4%, or are you paying, since it's a rental, are you paying at 6%? Because you said you were renting it out, and you should be paying 6%, and you should have had a license. Tell me what's.
Yeah, my intention is to go through all this process as I've been made aware of the issues, and I'll make sure that I'm in compliance with.
All right. Here's my problem, aside from the fact that I'm going to have a difficulty going with 10 versus 8. But it's often said, maybe it's trite, but a leopard doesn't change its spots. If you hadn't been complying with the law, and you hadn't had a license, and you've been renting it out, and I have a duty to try to be concerned about the neighbors, what assurances do I have reasonably that since you hadn't been complying with the law, that you're going to comply with the law going forward?
Well, because I'm here, and I'm actively fighting for my ability to maintain this as something that I'm carrying out as best I can, and I will comply with whatever it is that I need to do, and I will acknowledge the fact that I've been ignorant in the past, and I'm doing my best to make sure that I am.
Okay. To drill down on two more questions, you've been renting it out without getting a rental permit. Have you paid retroactive fees for that? Number two, you had an obligation to pay. Like taxpayers have to pay what they owe. Have you paid your state tax as for this?
I've contacted my mortgage company to inform them that I'm planning on doing a rental property, and they're working through that with me.
Well, but have you paid the taxes to the state and federal government. You've been renting this out. Are you off the books? You're on the books. You're under oath. I mean, you can tell me. You on the books or you off the books?
No, I do not believe that I've paid the rental taxes, no, as an investment property.
Listen,
All right, that's all I have.
okay. Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Yes, sir. Oh, you leaving? Okay. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, well, he's already halfway up here. Sir, were you sworn in? I did. I stood up. Okay. Yes, sir. I apologize. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this case, sir.
My name's Dale Middleton. I live at 884 Trent Street, right next door to 880. My name is Dale Middleton. I live at 884 Trent Street, right next door to 880 Trent Street. A little background on myself. I retired from the Charleston Police Department with 31 years of service. My wife also retired from the Charleston Police Department with 27 years of service. We've been living in Melrose on 884 Trent Street since 1998. I must admit the applicant has been a fantastic neighbor. We get along very well. We speak. I mean, it's just a very good situation when he was living there. Since he moved out about 10 months ago, the property has had graduation parties, wedding receptions, family gatherings, and families obviously going there for vacation purposes. We hadn't had any issues with the people that have been renting it out. They've been really nice and friendly to me and my family. But it has created a huge impact as far as parking within the neighborhood and blocking of the roadway. As he stated earlier, I have a disabled daughter. She is totally dependent upon my wife and myself for her daily basic needs. There's been several incidents where we've had to call fire department and EMS throughout her life for life-threatening situations involving her where they've transported to MUSC, and she spent days within the hospital because of her medical issues. My greatest concern is EMS and fire not being able to respond to my residents when she's in crisis. And like I said, it's been too many to count, to be honest with you, how many times they've responded to my house for her. There is another access road to the dead end of the street, but that would put another minute or two onto the response time of EMS to have to go around, come back down the street to get to our residents. Just this past weekend, I submitted my concerns in writing in a packet. Just this past weekend, and just to demonstrate some of the issues that we've had, I took some pictures of, I guess it was a family gathering that was there for the week, actually. They just left out this Saturday. But as you can see, you probably can't see these pictures, but I can pass them to you if you like. When the driveway is full with cars, this is what they resort to parking. And all depending on the incident, be it a graduation party or a wedding party, whatever it may be, there's a lot more cars involved. And that's what we have to deal with as far as blockage of the roadway.
Okay. Thank you. Give me a moment. I'm sure that someone on this board wants more clarification and wants to hear more of what you're saying. But at this particular time, your time has elapsed. Let me see if anyone here on this board may have a question. I will look to my left to start off with. Anyone? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson, you come next, Mr.
Mr. Middleton, thank you so
Jordan.
much for coming here this evening. The applicant has proposed to limit the number of guests that could rent his house going forward to no more than 10, and has demonstrated that there can at least be 5 parking places. If the applicant further limited his ability to park cars there to say 3 or 4 in his listing, would that remediate some of your concerns?
I think it would be a good idea to address the problem, but if that's feasible, I really don't think so, because once the driveway is filled, and the driveway, from what I view, can probably hold about 4, if you push the cars together, 5 cars, and that leaves everybody else to park on the street. That would be ideal if you can guarantee that there's 3, 4 cars that are going to be at the rental time. But as I stated earlier, there are families that are coming in, and this one over the weekend where I took these pictures, they came with at least 7 cars. It was a large family. And that resorted to the cars having to park out on the roadway because the easement between the ditch and the roadway is so narrow, you can't park a car on the grass and be out of the roadway. So that would be great if you can assure us of that. I have no issues with that. But in all reality, I personally don't think that it's feasible because of the amount of people, be it 10 or 5, or how many is going to be in the residence. If you said 10, I believe that's the limit. But if there's 10 people, there's possibility of 10 cars because people are coming from all over the country. And like I said, everybody may drive a vehicle, and that leads us to having people parking in the roadway and blocking the roadway.
One other thing that I will just point out for you, if by chance this is passed, and there are no guarantees that it will be, the permit itself is only good for a year and has to be renewed annually. And so if there are multiple issues, if he is operating the Airbnb legally and there are multiple issues that you guys observe and report, that would make it more difficult for him to get his license extended for next year. So just keep that in mind if by chance this does pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, you were next.
Thank you, sir, for you and your wife for serving our community. And I say that sincerely because I used to be in criminal justice. So thank you.
Thank you.
I did take a brief look at your picture, and I am very concerned for your daughter. But I have to be fair and acknowledge, yeah, I saw the cars, but I didn't see the road blocked.
I have more. I didn't want to pass them all up, but
Looked like traffic could still get through.
not a fire engine, sir.
Well,
'Cause
based
it's
on what
on
I
a
saw.
curve, and like I said, a fire engine's pretty large without having to go off of the roadway to get to where we live.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown?
Did I hear correctly that these pictures were taken
Yes, ma'am.
this weekend?
Yes, sir.
So it was rented out, it would appear, this past weekend.
Yes, sir.
That's all I needed to know.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the conversation that you had with the property owner on, he knew that there was problems in the past and now he's planning on this extended home rental, hoping to get it approved. How did he address your concerns? And maybe he didn't address your concerns, that's why you're still against it. Can you just go in a little bit more depth? I think you were starting it in your conversation, but you ran out of time.
I think he said he's going to put some blocking signs or whatever you have on the easement between the ditch and the roadway, which wouldn't allow cars to park. I don't know if that's a feasible resolution, because if they don't park on that side, then they mean they'll park somewhere else, be it in front of our residence or on the other
Right.
side of the street. So, like I said, it seems like a viable option for him to do, and I'm all willing to let him try it. But at the same point, I really don't anticipate that working, because the streets on our particular side of the roadway, the ditch in the roadway, the easement's so narrow that it's very hard to get a car without being parked partially in the roadway, if not blocking the roadway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm going to intervene just for a moment. How did you take these pictures?
With my cell phone.
So cell phone pictures, what kind of phone is it?
So iPhone.
Say again?
iPhone.
So cell phones normally date the time and record. Pull those pictures
And
up,
I
please.
must make a correction based on my writings. I took these pictures on July the 25th. I apologize, but they were there through Saturday of this past weekend. They stayed the whole week.
Here, his letter that's included in our notes states that they were taken on July 25th.
I was just looking at the pictures, but yeah. Do we have any other questions on this side?
You need to see the picture, sir?
No, Mr. Nelson made it clear for me. Anyone else on this side? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else? Okay, you're good. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I did see his hand first, please. Yes. You going to yield, or are you coming? You'll be next, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm CJ Walker. I live at 2362 Parsonage Road, but I lived at 918 Happy Hollow pretty much my whole youth life until...
Say that address again for me, please.
I live at 2362 Parsonage Road, which is off near Church Creek. That's where I currently live. I rent over there, but I grew up at 918 Happy Hollow Circle, which you can see the top at the top of that picture. You can see Happy Hollow's cul-de-sac. It's the back of that is the back of Friendly Circle.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Yeah. So I've grown up in Charleston my whole life. I love Charleston, and the American dream is to own a home. And as everybody here is aware, the short-term rental influx just makes it harder for people like me, who I believe I did everything the right way. I worked really hard in school, got good grades, went to the Citadel, got a good degree, and my parents bought on Happy Hollow in 1998. They lived in Long Branch, which, while we're on the record, Melrose has one Airbnb. The two that he were referring to are in the Shaftesbury area. So Melrose has one, and this more people owning short-term rentals in a neighborhood, which I believe shouldn't have one to begin with. It just makes it harder for people like me to buy a home. I earned more than double what my father made, and he supported the family on one income growing up on Happy Hollow. And my wife and I both work, and we struggle to buy a home, and it's really frustrating. And I know Mr. Middleton personally. His son has been at my house many times, hanging out with my brother. They were friends. I know Mrs. Neesmith. I'm actually going to call her after this because I'm disappointed that she supported this. Nobody else I know in this neighborhood is in support of this, and I'm really disappointed that it can be considered. And to have somebody who isn't even living in the neighborhood, who's living with his parents, to continue to pay off his mortgage, that's what's causing the cost of these homes to continue to go up. And I just wanted to come and share that.
Very good. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. I'll start on my right this time. Anyone?
I think he has a question.
Mr. Jordan.
I might have not listened if this was already said, but are there other short-term rentals in that neighborhood?
I looked at Airbnb where I set the setting to any time, any availability, which shows you basically the entire inventory on the app. I've been told in the past that you can't bring a cell phone in here, so I left it in my car. But if I could, I would have brought it in. And it was on Tiffany. I forget if it's Tiffany Street or Tiffany Road. I believe it's Tiffany Street. But there was one, and it was listed at $900 per weekend. It might have been $900 a night or $900 per weekend. But I mean that's just an outrageous price in my opinion. But also that just goes to show the lack of inventory in the area.
Okay, well, my question is, maybe I should direct it to staff. Are there any other current short-term rentals in that neighborhood presently?
So in the larger, that whole area on that side of 17, I counted three.
Well, here's the deal, Mr. Jordan. This neighborhood, Melrose is one neighborhood. And what he was looking at, that includes Long Branch. I saw one in Long Branch, and I saw it in Shaftesbury. That's not Melrose. Melrose, if you go past Trent Street, where it says East Estates Boulevard, that is not Melrose. And so west of that is basically not Melrose. So there's one in the Melrose neighborhood, sir.
Based on what you just said, there are none.
There's one on Tiffany Street, which this has really piqued my interest. I look forward to looking into that and seeing if that's been approved or not.
Thank you.
Question, this gentleman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. As I understood it, you said you know the applicant. You're acquainted with the applicant.
I actually don't know this gentleman. However, I knew the previous owners. It was Mr. Robert. He actually painted a portrait of my brother before he died, and I remember personally lifting a tree off of the house when it fell on the house.
If you don't know him, it moots my question. My question was going to be, has he ever explained to you why he thought he could rent without applying for a permit like everybody else and not paying his taxes like the rest of us are required to do?
I don't know, but I know I'm paying my taxes, and my parents are paying theirs.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Yes, sir, you were next. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Dent, and I live at 886 Friendly Circle, which is the top right of that cul-de-sac, at the end of the cul-de-sac, right to the left of where it says subject property. I'm asking you to deny the special exemption under section 6.8.2c. You can only approve this special exemption if it's compatible with our neighborhood and won't adversely affect its welfare or character. This application fails on both accounts for 4 reasons. First, this is the highest risk rental model in the research. The owner doesn't live there. His own application calls it a full-time rental property. 10 occupants, 3 bedrooms, up to 144 nights a year. Peer-reviewed studies from Northwestern University and the University of Cambridge found that exactly this type, whole home absentee owner, is linked to measurable increases in violent crime, burglary, theft, because it removes the permanent neighbors who keep a street safe. Second, it hurts my property value. We just closed this past July 18th. Actually, it's been a year. But I worry about that all the time. With the interest rate and everything that we got, it was already a pain in the butt to get the house in the first place, let alone watch the property value go down. A national survey found 60% of buyers see a nearby Airbnb as a negative. A third won't even make an offer on the house if it's next door. Every neighbor absorbs that discount so one absentee investor can profit. This city's own data shows absentee rentals generate complaints at 3 to 6 times the rate of owner-occupied homes. When there's a problem at 11 p.m. on a Saturday, no one will be there. He lives in Hollywood, 20 miles away. Fourth, the city of Charleston already banned this exact model citywide. And this exact board denied a comparable request on James Island for an R4 district. Case BZA 0625008868. One more thing. The applicant promises diligent compliance, yet staff has already flagged an unpermitted shed on the property. I also didn't see on the diagrams there's a wooden staircase that comes off the, I guess, southeast side of the house onto that same concrete slab driveway where a car would somehow have to maneuver around it. I have video of July 27th of 4 cars parked on the street, 4 additional cars in the driveway. So for whatever that means timing-wise, there's spotlights on all night that I can see over my neighbor's house that's across the street. There are no walkable venues or stores, so everyone is commuting in and out of that neighborhood.
Okay.
Everyone's in a rush as well.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
One moment, please. If you would just hold it right there for me, please. Your time has elapsed. Let me see if any board member has a question for me. I'm going to start on my right. Anyone? Anyone on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
I don't want to speak.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You cannot speak if you're not at that podium. I am so sorry. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You would like to come to the podium? If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Liza Gearhart. I'm at 803 Trent Street.
If you would, one last time, just a little louder.
Oh, Liza Gearhart at 803 Trent Street. I don't think it's on this diagram. I'm at the front of the neighborhood.
Okay.
And then me and my husband have been living there since November 2019. We've both raised in Charleston. And I'm going to read off something I wrote so I don't, in respect to time. One second. Okay, sorry. I actually don't know Connor. I am learning a lot at the first half of this, so thank you everybody for commenting. My comment's basically just on like the overall impact on the neighborhood. So I also oppose this request for a short-term rental. Our neighborhood is an older, well-taken care of community of long-standing occupants. We all have a vested interest in establishing roots in our community, caring for each other, and advocating for our rights as county and city residents. Residential neighborhoods thrive when homes are occupied by people who have a personal investment in the community. When homes become short-term rental properties, the entire community becomes a host to continual rotation of visitors and overflow tourism from unaffordable lodging options. This is not our responsibility as residents. While most visitors are respectful, they're understandably not invested in the well-being of the neighborhood in the same way as permanent residents. And this also sets a precedent for current and future homeowners to apply for more short-term rentals, disrupting the balance of homeowners and long-term renters in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Let's see if anyone has a question. Anyone on my left? Anyone on my right? Thank you so very much.
Break. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Thank you. At this time, sir, where did he go? Okay, you have the opportunity for a rebuttal as well, sir, if you choose to. And if you would, please state your name and address again for the record. Thank you.
Connor Burnham, 880 Trent Street. I have a few pictures here that I took the liberty to print out. One is from Verbo, one is from Airbnb, showing the currently listed properties. There's 5 on Verbo and 3 on Airbnb. There you go. If you could take these as well here in a second. These pictures show the car lot that you had suggested, and these are all on Trent Street. These are homes that are dilapidated. They're not kept up with. They're junk cars in the front yard, and I'm not here to point fingers, but the point was brought up at all. I take really, really great care of my home, and I have for the past 5 years. And I completely intend on continuing to take care of not just my home, but being a great neighbor, like I said, and taking care of the neighbors. Dale, I want to be a good neighbor. I really do. So I want to address every concern that is brought up and be in compliance as much as I possibly can. I apologize.
If you would, just focus your attention to us.
I forget the gentleman's name that spoke second. He mentioned the American dream. He mentioned living with my parents to pay off my mortgage. It's not the case. My intention was building on with my parents and their property. I've since changed my mind. I'm actively looking for a home. And I was actually looking for a home in that neighborhood. And I have been actively looking for a home in that neighborhood because I love it so much. And I want to be close to a property that I'm hopeful will yield well for a very long time and that I can be very engaged with. He brought up this past weekend, it was not renters, that was my fiance and her family that was staying there over the weekend that wouldn't be any different than if I lived there myself. Those were their cars. She was there with them all weekend. And I'm not going to, shush that aside. That is what happened. But obviously their street parking situation was before I had the opportunity to come in here and give my plan for street parking. That will not happen in the future, no matter who's staying there, whether it's my family or hopefully future renters. I believe that is all. Oh, spotlights. Gentleman mentioned spotlights flashing. I don't quite know what he's speaking of. I have floodlights that are motion activated on the side porch, and I have string lights on the back porch. They may have been left on. I can't speak to that, but I don't have spotlights.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you somewhat answered the question I was getting ready to ask. I had two. One was if we came in here to have the extended home rental and you knew you were going to have the extended home rental application this weekend, why would you want to have problems the weekend before? But if this is for your fiance or girlfriend or whatever, that really brings a different twist on the question is, to me, and I have a second one for you, but the first one now is if you can't control somebody that's in your family or to-be family and that causes problems, how are you going to control people that you don't know that are paying you? So I'm struggling with the impact on the neighborhood, and I think that you got a real problem here with that. And okay. I need to hear some type of assurances of how you're going to do it. And the answer so far, all I've heard is, well, I'm going to be compliant. Well, your history is not good on this. And I don't mean to be beating you up. It's just there's a lot of evidence that you've operated not right. And just to be able to flip a switch and say, hey, I'm going to start doing it right next week once I get the permit is not a good one. So tell me an instance where you're going to solve this.
I would argue that in the past, I have been an upstanding neighbor. I have been upstanding, and when you're talking about controlling my own family, hindsight's 20/20, of course, and I can't say that I don't regret not telling them to get off the street and maybe park somewhere else, and I'll carpool them to go to the house.
All right. So the second one I have is real quick. This is the application for an extended home rental, which means it's 144 days. Is that correct? So you have the right to do it for 72 days without having this permit. So you can. So if you were not to get this 144, I mean, you can still make money off of it being a rental property and just turn it into a month-to-month rent. I mean, a year-long. Somebody signs a 6-month lease, a 12-month lease, and it generates money and stuff like that. Would that be your intentions, or is that something you're okay with? Because you can do 72 days for short-term rental without any additional permit, I believe, or approvals. And you can go and rent the place to a college student for the year without any additional approvals. I mean, is that not an option that you would consider?
It's an option. It's not one that I'm considering right now.
And why is that?
Well, because I don't believe that it would be worth the investment. And that would, probably lead me down the path of either moving back into my home or selling it outright. And unfortunately, now I'm a bit on my heels because of the neighborly comments that I've received about moving back in. But okay. I still intend on being.
It's just a financial thing. It's a financial. Yeah. You can make more money off of the long-term rental.
Oh yeah, if we're talking about the American dream here, and we're talking about living in a single-family home and raising a family, that is my intention. But if you have the opportunity to have an investment property, I think that's an American dream too, and I think that's what I'm after here.
Without a doubt, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on this side?
I have two follow-ups based on one thing nobody ever talked about. We see this all the time when people rent for the weekend, they leave on Sunday, but trash pickup isn't until Wednesday. And on the Isle of Palms, coyotes, raccoons, dogs, the wind blows things over, and it's just trashes everybody's neighborhood. And a lot of people say, well, I'll come by and pick it up. But some people hire someone to do it, and they do a real good job. Others say they're going to handle it themselves. What do you do? What is your plan?
I've done both. I've called 1-800-JUNK. I've gone over there and put it in my truck bed myself.
Okay.
So that would be my plan if that is the case, but there is a rule that states that all garbage bags must go into a trash receptacle. If not, you must dispose of it on your own accord.
Who takes it to the street?
The cleaning team after each visit. There's a cleaning team scheduled after each visit. That's the intention, that they will take it to the street.
All right. I don't want to rush you. The second thing I had was, when's the last time you lived in this house? How long ago?
Would have been July or August of last year.
Okay. I've got this problem because when it's sort of a legal concept, if you're asking for somebody to give you equity and give you grace, you have to have done grace and equity and followed the law in the past. But you're paying 4% on this house when you should have been paying 6%, and that's not the difference between 6 and 4 is a lot. The taxpayers hadn't been getting from you what you owed. You haven't complied with the law. Help me understand why you didn't do it, and why you didn't pay your taxes to the federal government.
I dove in head first on this. I saw an opportunity, and I decided to jump in head first, and everything else was falling into place. And I fully intend on, if there are any outstanding balances, I will pay them. I will make sure that they are satisfied, and I will make sure that I'm compliant in every case or way that I possibly can.
I hate to say it, but you thought you could get away with it?
No, absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not.
Is that not right?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe
I want to end that.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, the case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
Chair Ray, I just was going to make a note.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the limited home rental permit, which is the 72 nights a year. That does require owner occupancy. Just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, no questions of staff. Any general comments, any general discussion? Any general discussion? Okay, so.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, in the case, glasses. In case of, case BZA 052600977880 Trent Street, I make a motion to deny the application to establish a short-term rental property. I feel that it does not meet the criteria, special exception criteria number 1. It's not compatible with existing uses in vicinity and will adversely affect the general welfare of the character of the immediate community. That's my motion.
All right, do I have a second? We have a second, okay. Any general discussion?
May I follow up?
Yes.
Yeah, I just think that we've got parking issues out there. I think the applicant was aware of the neighbor, the immediate neighbor, the one next door to him with the disability, a child with a disability, and he didn't come with a plan to really attack it. Everything's been a plan afterwards. I mean, I'd like to see this thing operated as a short term or something like that to grow a little history. All of his history seems to be bad, and to pluck this in the neighborhood that has immediate opposition. I mean, I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt, but there just became too much evidence that was presented that showed that it was a problem. So I don't think he can overcome it. So that's why I made the motion. I don't know if it'll pass.
I kind of agree with you. I would also agree with you. Typically, I don't, but because of the applicant, I don't think the applicant will follow suit and be a part of criteria number 1. Would follow that. Just looking at the meat of it, especially since it was rented, like you mentioned, by his own family. If he can't control his family, he can't control anybody else. That's just my thoughts of it. I don't normally like to make comments because I like for you guys to do that and me stay neutral, but that's kind of a preponderance of the evidence that I see. Mr. Nelson is going to tell me different, but go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chair, I would actually argue that sometimes it's easier to control people that you don't know than it is to control your own family.
That's with a house full of kids, yes.
No, I do think there are some safeguards we could put in on this one, including further limiting the number of occupants within the house that would make it a little more palatable, that could be changed at a later date, or even reducing the number of days would be an option in this one that could reduce impacts to the neighborhood. But I understand in this particular case, when you got a history of not complying with the laws at hand, that does make it a bit more difficult to clear that threshold. So.
Any more discussion?
I'd like to add one more thing, if I could, Mr. Chairman. For me, at least, I placed a lot of emphasis on, as the law allows me to do, on the concerns of the neighborhood. That's number 1, and we got to be concerned about our Charleston residents, and particularly in the neighborhood. Also, I had substantial issues regarding parking, and at the end of the day, it came down to a credibility issue, and I chose to side with the neighbors and the community, and found them to be most credible.
Okay. Any more discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of denying this application, case BZA. Wait a minute, they got to pull it back up.
977.
0526000977. Please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. All those opposed? It carries. Unfortunately, sir, your application was denied. You'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Sorry.
Mr. Ray, excuse me, can we
Get the hands again?
Yes, please, and thank you.
So all those who supported this motion, please hold your hand up again. So you had one in opposition. That was Ms. Smith.
Two. No.
Two.
Brown
Two.
and Smith.
Mr. Brown. Okay, yes.
Yeah, promise.
You got it? Thank you. Very good. Our next case is case BZA 06-26009778 985. And Mr. Carlisle will be administering this case as well.
Okay, thank you. And the applicant, Caleb Gibson of Gibby's Bottle Shop, Inc., and Representative Shay Robbins of Carolina One Real Estate are requesting a special exception to allow on-site sale of alcoholic beverages, retail wine, beer, wine, and liquor store within an existing building located at 932 Savannah Highway, TMS number 418-1300189 in the St. Andrews area of the county. The subject property and the parcels to the northeast and west are zoned community commercial within the St. Andrews Area Overlay Zoning District. Parcels south of the subject property across Savannah Highway are within the jurisdiction of the City of Charleston. The 0.30 acre property is developed with an existing 5,234 square foot commercial building and associated parking. The property owner, D. Van Smith of 7360 Pepperdam LLC, received site plan approval, ZSPR 0425-01137, on June 18, 2025, for building improvements to accommodate a new commercial tenant. Subsequently, the applicant obtained zoning permit ZONE 0526-25764 on May 12, 2026 for an interior upfit of the building for the proposed liquor store, Gibby's Bottle Shop. It's the location of the property in the county. Map of the St. Andrews Area Overlay District. The 500-foot radius map. Aerials of the property. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to retail alcohol sales in the St. Andrews Area Overlay Zoning District. We posted the property on July 16th. Pictures of the subject property and adjacent properties. Savannah Highway. It's the site plan. The recorded plat. Staff found the request may meet all the approval criteria. We received 13 public comments in support and 12 in opposition, and 1 neutral comment for this request. The board may approve with conditions or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, it should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements of the state of South Carolina for alcoholic beverage sales and shall provide proof of state approval to zoning and planning staff prior to the issuance of the zoning permit. 2, in accordance with section 5.9.6.j of the ZLDR, the applicant shall obtain and provide letters of coordination from the City of Charleston Police Department and the Charleston County Sheriff's Department for the liquor, beer, or wine sales use prior to the issuance of the zoning permit establishing the business. And happy to answer any questions.
Is it Mr. Nelson? Mr. Neal.
Thank you, sir. This might be a question for our wonderful new attorney who I have not met, but a lot of the opposition letters that are listed all reference the liquor law, the distance, and things like that. I'm somewhat familiar with by holding a liquor license in one of my businesses, so I do understand that I believe it's 300 feet, and not, unless they've changed it to 500 feet. But I mean, that's not something that's in front of us tonight. So I mean, those issues, well, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of testimony about it, but if they don't get the liquor license, then this is a moot point. Is this something they should be applying and show us compliance that the Department of Revenue is okay with it? Because I'm sure we're going to hear comment after comment after comment that it's 200 feet in front of us, it's 300 feet, it's 500 feet, and that's not for us to determine. So I'm trying to understand what's really in front of us tonight. Is it the character and the special exception, or what? So I just need a little guidance.
It's the special exception criteria that's in front of you, you have it right.
So when people start...
And I'm not familiar with what exactly the distance requirement is you're talking about, but it sounds like it would be something that's about licensing from the state.
Yeah, the South Carolina Department of Revenue, I believe, states you cannot be within 300 feet of a church.
And that would not
and that's the shortest distance from door to door.
If we're talking about the application of something that the state is going to apply, in terms of whether or not to grant them some kind of liquor
Right.
license, that's not something that's before
Right,
this
so I mean,
body.
it would be part of the special exception approval, subject to, he's already mentioned, it's got to be subject to them getting it, so.
Certainly, making
I'm
it
just-
subject to
I'm just trying to
certain other
say,
approvals.
we're not going to be hearing testimony about it's 287 feet because I went out and walked it yesterday after church. I mean, that's not in front of us today,
No,
right?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much, Mr. Carlisle. No, you got to continue. I'm sorry. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Is the applicant present? Yes, please come forward. Help me with my memory. Did you swear in?
I did, yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you so very much. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Caleb Gibson, 2160 Military Way, Charleston, South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
We are looking to move from across the street into our own building, short-term lease to buy. There's been a lot of the comments were saying we would have a negative impact on the area, but we have a proven track record at our current location and in our previous locations. There was talk about litter, loitering, and late night. We don't do any of the three. Homelessness is a huge problem in our area, especially on the Greenway. We have the trash in front of our store currently as well, but it's not trash that we sold. It's Four Locos and things of that nature that come from Harris Teeter. We are responsible neighbors. We are a good part of the community. We've donated over $200,000 to local charities in the past 5 years. Wow. Everything from land conservation to medical charities, children's cancer, SPCA ball. I just wanted to state that we are good neighbors, we are good people, and we are responsible neighbors. That's all I have.
Tell us about some of the complaints. You said there's a mute point.
Well, just the
But you're
ones.
moving across the street, right?
Yeah.
Literally.
So we're a 6-minute walk from door to door as we currently sit. If we were to move across the street, which we don't do the bright lights, we don't do the neons, we're a very clean, well-lit, well-monitored business. It would be a 9-minute walk using public crosswalks, not jaywalking across 17, which would be dangerous at best, to get across the street to the church.
And why are you moving?
To own our own building. I want to also note that across the street from the church is a dispensary and a title-owned business. I don't believe that our clean, nice liquor store would cause any other issues.
Let's see if anyone on my, Mr. Jordan.
These complaints that you're hearing about your proposal, have you had any of these complaints in the past against your present location?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you reach out to the church and speak to the pastor or their board, their deacons, whatever? Did you have any conversations with any of them prior to your application or even after you put in your application?
No, sir.
Is there a reason why or why not?
Because I was under the impression that we were legally doing our obligation.
That's fine.
That's it.
I was just wondering. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side? Yes, sir. Mr. Sedell. You got a question of staff?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
I was wondering if you could put the aerial back up, and we could see his present location and the proposed location. Are you able to see your present location on this in this
no,
picture?
Sir. No. So across the street, the strip center, we're on the opposite end of that strip center.
Where? By the Coburg Cow.
We're directly behind the Coburg Cow.
The Coburg Cow.
Move.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony,
Thank
sir.
you.
Do we have anyone to speak in support of this application? Yes, sir. Okay. Were you sworn in, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I was not sworn in.
Okay, so we'll take this moment to swear you in, please, sir.
I do.
Thank you.
Name is Paul Spites, Jr., 1177 River Road, Johns Island. I've known Caleb for a long time. He's born and raised in West Ashley, just like myself. And I wanted to elaborate. I'm not going to talk about legal. That's not my forte, but I can tell a business that's a good business and run the right way when I see it. We host an event every year for a dear friend that's got a son that's got a really bad disease, Wolfram syndrome. And Caleb actually reached out to me and asked if Gibby's could help in any way. So he did donate some very high value things that were auctioned off at that event. He also attended the event and was so moved by their testimony and could see how much help they needed that he went and lobbied a group of other liquor store owners and recently raised $25,000. And this girl called me weeping. And, I did read the comments, and that's why I'm here. A lot of it was about our community, and I don't think there's a better person that runs this kind of business out there that has done some good for the community. I do have a letter from the mom that I'd like to submit for you guys. If I had time, I'd read it. I'll try real quick. I'm a local business leader and CPA in West Ashley and have read the public comments, and I do not agree with them. The owner is a fine representation of what community business leaders and family man should aim to represent. Caleb's a husband, father of 3 girls, raised in West Ashley area and building a local business. His success he does not keep for himself. With his success, he uses his extra funds for local charities. I understand and have felt his generosity. My son has a neurological deteriorating disease, and Caleb has personally been extremely generous with his donations to the Snow Foundation. These comments of being across from the church don't make sense. Where his current store is easier to get to than the location he wants to move to. For the good of our community, do not deny this location of his new store. Do what's right for this business and the greater good of the community. Thank you, Nancy S. Duncan.
Let's see if anyone has a question. Anyone have a question over here on my left? On my right, any question? Yes, sir.
How long has this establishment been in business? Do you know? I should have asked the previous gentleman.
Well, I believe he's been the other location for 5 years.
Just roughly 5 years.
Yeah, and I did ask that question this morning when I called him. Asked the same question I believe you asked, if you had any other complaints, and he said never one. And he's right next to Burnsdown, a very prominent neighborhood in West Ashley.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony
You're
tonight,
welcome.
sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is David Snipes. I live at 21 Huguenot Avenue.
Snipes.
Basically right behind the church in the farm field neighborhood. And 2 quick things that I'll say. Everybody in our neighborhood that I know of that doesn't go to the church is pro Gibby's being there. Gibby's is a great location to go in and get a bottle of wine and not feel like you're going to the liquor store with the riffraff, if that makes sense. I feel comfortable with my wife walking in there with my 2 kids to grab a bottle of High Noon to go on the boat, as opposed to her having to go into some sketchy situation where I wouldn't feel comfortable. The second thing, I am the president of our Low Country Quail Forever chapter, and I can personally tell you Caleb has donated to our event and helped me raise about $200,000, not just off of his stuff, but in the last 3 years. And that all goes back to Habitat work. He's been very involved with a lot of charities, and other than it being across the street from a church, he's a great neighbor and he's a great businessman, and I support him.
Thank you. Any questions on this side? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, sir. Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, I see one hand back there. Okay, there are two. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yeah, I'm Randy Disharoon, 4193 Deep Step Drive, Ravenel.
What was the last name, sir?
Disharoon.
Disharoon?
Disharoon.
Thank you, sir.
Disharoon.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm the senior pastor at Ashley River
Very good.
Baptist Church. So I don't necessarily disagree with my neighbor. First of all, Ashley River Baptist Church has been around since 1943, and we have served thousands of families and children in the area. We love our community. We even opened up a children's playground right behind our church in order to be open to the community. We have moms and nannies and dads who come out to play on our property, which stretches all the way back to the Greenfield or the Greenway. Secondly, we repurposed old dilapidated tennis courts in order to install pickleball courts. They are free to the public. We love our community. Mayor Tecklenburg, when those courts were repurposed, came out because he was so happy that the church was opening up our property to the community. Furthermore, we have updated our baseball field, softball field, and we now allow local teams to play there. So we love all of our neighbors, including Gibby's. And so our issue is not with Gibby's at all. We have no evidence to support that any of the clients of Gibby's have created some of the mess that we have to pick up on a daily basis on our property. So I don't point fingers because I can't prove that. But I will say that our biggest issue was, of course, the law that within a municipality, a liquor store cannot be within 300 feet of the church. And as you know, my members walked it. And it's about 150 feet from door to door across the highway. So with that, I truly have no issue with Gibby's at all. I like having them as a neighbor. I don't think there's any issue there. I'm just concerned that he can't control all of his clients. And we want to make sure we keep West Ashley as clean as possible. So that's all we have to say about that. Thank you.
One moment, please. We have a few questions. At least I have a few.
Yes, sir.
So with most churches, you have an array of events that are going on at the church. Can you tell us some of the times, generally, that events will be going on at the church other than Sunday morning?
Oh, absolutely. We have, first of all, we're bringing a school in this fall. They begin this month. There will be 190 kids on our campus on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
What ages?
From K-5 all the way to 12th grade.
Okay.
In addition to that, we have many church events on Sunday nights. We meet on Wednesday nights, and we also meet on Saturdays for many outreach events, such as a Fall Family Festival, an Easter egg hunt. We have all kinds of sporting events out on the ball field, etc. All during the week, we are there.
Okay. Mr. Jordan?
You mentioned about him controlling his future customers. Have you had any problems with his customers before today?
Pardon me?
Have you had any problems with his customers before today?
I don't know his customers, but I do know that every morning my facilities director has to go around and pick up liquor bottles, beer cans, and trash and debris and cigarettes on the front portico of our church, on the front porch of our church, with watermelon being splattered all over the front of our church. We spend so much money cleaning all of that up. And I'm not saying it's any of his customers. I'm not. But I do say that I agree with him. We have a homeless problem. We absolutely do in this city. And we better take care of that because it will only get worse. We love people. That's what we're called to do. As Christians, we're called by Jesus to love all people and to get them the help they need and to provide for them when they need the help. But right now, all we're saying is that I agree, not having a dispensary, that would be great too. But they were already there for, I don't know how this works. But you just brought up something I didn't know, which is this is not before the board as far as the 300 foot mark. And it is 300 feet. We looked into it. So
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So one last question. Do you have cameras on the front of your church?
Yes, we do.
Have you taken a look at it to kind of see?
No, we just installed them.
Okay. All right. Any questions down here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick one. So if I'm reading your testimony correctly here, you really don't have opposition to the application here as long as it's subject to South Carolina Department of Revenue's approval.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
So, I mean, if this was to pass here, subject to, he's still got to get a liquor license and get those permits. It really doesn't have anything, and you're being able to reach out to, it sounds like, what is a very generous business that likes to take care of its community, and right. There's been multiple testimony about donations and things like that. So it sounds like you would want to be in helping them give you money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anyone else?
I'm just going to have a comment. Thank you very much for your presentation and your heartfelt concerns.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to tell you, I live on the Isle of Palms.
Yes, sir.
We live 4 houses away from the church. My mother and father-in-law helped build the church. Mm-hmm. We pick up liquor bottles, trash, everything, sadly, literally every day.
Yes.
And, I don't, I hate to put the blame on one person for what is greater than a community problem. I don't know how to solve it. I would endorse what my colleague at the far right said. If we approve it, as I understand it, it's still got to go to the state for a permit. That's just a comment, but I feel your pain. Like I said, we see it every day and don't know what to do. It's not the resident, it's not the residents, it's not the neighbors.
Okay.
Don't know
Thank
how
you.
to solve it.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? I saw your hand. Yes, sir. You may want to pull that mic down, if you would.
Oh, okay. Okay, my name's Monty Carter. I live at 17 Wedge Park Road, right across the highway from Ashley River Baptist Church. I am a member there. This may be a little bit off base, but many years ago when I was a young man, things were entirely different. America was considered a Christian nation simply because the majority of people went to church. And in South Carolina, we had the Blue Laws, which required most businesses to close on Sunday because Sunday was considered a day of worship, not an hour of worship, not 2 hours of worship, but a day of worship. And eventually, times changed, the Blue Laws were done away with, and more people drifted away from church. But churches today do so many good deeds for people that you'll never hear about. And they don't go public. Like the Bible says, when you do good deeds, you don't want rewards for it. You do it unselfishly. And Ashley River has contributed so many nice things to the community. We have pickleball courts that are open to the community. We have a playground for the children. And I just think way back when I was young, nobody would ever dream of opening up, no disrespect to the applicants for this liquor store, but nobody would ever dream of opening up, back when I was a young man, a liquor store across from a church. And it's just the changing times we live in. But so I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do you have anyone else to speak in opposition? So, sir, you have the right of rebuttal at this time, if you choose. Okay. So at this time, the case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Very good. Therefore, I'd like to get a motion either to approve or deny this application. BZA 06-26-00985, please. Anyone? All right.
Mr. Chair, as typical, the ones that nobody wants to touch, I get to put my hands on. So, in the matter of BZA 06-26-00985, I would make a motion that we approve this request. Have heard the testimony of the church and certainly understand their plight, but what we have to work with are the 6 criteria that are necessary to show that this use is compatible within the St. Andrews District overlay. And it's hard to argue that we don't meet those 6 criteria. So, 1, the project is consistent with the recommendations contained in Charleston County's comprehensive plan and the character of the underlying zoning district as indicated in the zoning district description. Even in the staff's assessment, we indicate that the LOI from the applicant says the proposed use is consistent, and by relocating an existing and successful business, we are keeping economic activity in the area, and we do recognize as well that this applicant is an outstanding member of the community. For criterion 2, that the use is compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. In meeting this criterion, we recognize that the applicant is a longstanding business within this portion of the Savannah Highway corridor, and there really is no evidence to corroborate that the actions and activities and even the patrons that visit this particular establishment are causing some of the issues that exist with really along the greenway and that the church has experienced on their front doorsteps. Hopefully, the applicant can help the church address some of those things. Criterion 3, that adequate provisions are made for such items as setbacks, buffering, to protect the adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed use. I believe that the land plan that's presented to us does have those provisions within the land plan for the development. That 4, where applicable, it will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate any natural features. There are no grand trees or wetlands that are being impacted by this particular development, so we meet that criterion. 4, 5, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance. In meeting this particular criterion, as the applicant has stated, the proposed retail store complies with the applicable regulations. There are adequate provisions for off-street parking, and the footage and all future signage will comply with the rules of the overlay. And that 6, that vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads will not be hindered or endangered. This particular retail use would be the same as any other retail use that would go into that particular location. So I believe that the site plan review process will ensure that all those standards are met. In making this motion, I would include the 2 special conditions recommended by staff.
All right. Mr. Brown, second. Did I have?
Mr. Nelson jumped out. I mean, Mr. Moody. I'm Moody. What am I looking at?
I got
get
it.
in my head
Ms. Clark, you pick.
Mr. Neal gets it.
All right. Any questions of staff? Any discussion, excuse me? Any discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any nays? There are none. It carries. So, sir, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you will be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in your process. Congratulations and good night to you all. Thank you. Mr. Carlisle is back up again with our next case, BZA 06-26-00986. Let's just wait one moment for this group to clear out, please. That cleared out most of the room. Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The applicant and property owner, Hannah June, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental EHR at 2036 Covey Lane. TMS number 33107000006 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the north, south, and east are located within the low-density manufactured housing subdivision, MHS zoning district. Parcels to the west are located within the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a manufactured home installed in 1995. The applicant proposes to operate the property as an extended home rental by offering 3 bedrooms, accommodating a maximum of 8 occupants and providing 5 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the ZLDR. Location of the property in the county. The zoning ordinance section for short-term rentals in R4. 300-foot radius map. The aerials of the property. Posted the property on July 16th. Picture of the subject property and parking. Adjacent properties, Covey Lane. It's the site plan. The recorded plat. Staff finds the request may meet all the approval criteria. We received 2 public comments in opposition to this request. The board may approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, it should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
Was this a non-compliant that got turned in or whatever?
Well, just they were operating without a permit, and received, when we sent out the big batch of letters at the end of last year, they responded.
So just a comment, Mr. Chair, that I read one of the comments that's opposed to this application. I mean, I thought it made a great suggestion of people that are non-compliant be docked. They can't apply for 144. Maybe they could be reduced for 100. Now, obviously, we take every case as they go, but maybe that's something that county or the ordinance or staff could write into. If they're operating without a legal way, then they have to take a baby step to prove before they go to the full 144. I just thought it was an interesting way to approach it, because sometimes, as my colleague has said, you got to prove yourself before you can go to the bigger stuff. And I just think that was a good note in the comment that I picked up on, just to think about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chuslow, you had something?
I had a question. I was thinking, this is not owner occupied. They were operating without paying their taxes or obligations to the county. Do you know whether or not they were paying their obligations to the state and the federal government, or is that something we should ask the applicant?
I would ask the applicant. Yeah.
Or do they have a 6%, or are they operating at 4% as if it's a residence? I was looking at the tax they paid, and that's the reason I.
Right. I believe. Let me. Bear with me one moment.
While we're waiting on that, do we have any other questions? So while he's looking that up, I'm going to bring the applicant forward. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Okay, hello.
We'll get your answer, okay?
My name is Hannah June, the owner of 2036 Covey Lane, requesting for approval to operate the property as an extended home rental under the Charleston County short-term rental regulations. I understand that the process of this is simply to determine whether I would like to operate the short-term rental, but whether this property can do so responsibly without anything negative affecting their surrounding neighborhood. And I take that responsibility seriously. A local resident, live nearby on James Island. I personally manage the property. I'm not planning to operate this as an unrestricted or high occupancy vacation rental. The application is only for the 3 rental bedrooms, the maximum occupancy of 8 guests, and no more than 144 rental days for the year. The property has also, a substantial on-site parking, fencing, trees, vegetation that provides separation and privacy from my neighboring properties. I've heard the concerns raised by some of the neighbors, particularly regarding like the noise, parking, the short-term guests, within the residential neighborhood being so close to Folly Beach. But, I understand those concerns and want to address them super proactively as well. The property will have a strict, no parties, no events policy. Guests will be limited to the approved occupancy. We use a privacy-safe, noise monitoring system that alerts us to any excessive sound levels so that we can address a problem quickly. Guest vehicles will be limited and required to use the on-site parking provided, at the property rather than creating parking problems on the street. And we did list 5 spots that met the 9x18 requirement, but we have plenty of extra parking as well within the side of the yard too. It didn't meet the requirements for my fence line and my deck, which would be 9 feet wide, but I pull back behind my backyard all the time. So other than that, we also provide clear rules regarding trash, quiet hours, neighborhood conduct. Because I live nearby, I'll be able to respond quickly if there's any issues that occur. I intend to provide nearby neighbors with my direct contact information so that if they ever had a concern, they can contact me, and I can address it immediately. And I do want to acknowledge that the property previously was operated. Was operated before I had completed the required STR permitting process. When Charleston County notified me, I got my first warning December 8th, 2025 last year, and that the additional authorization was required. So I immediately stopped the short-term rental activity and began working with Cole Hare through the proper process. So that's what brings me here today. So I understand that the limited site plan review still needs to be completed, and we've had no guests under the 30 days, which was what was allowed this summer. We had 2 guests stay over that 30-day time. And I'm fully prepared to, complete the process and satisfy all of the county requirements before the permit. Not asking for the board to waive or bypass any of that for me personally. My goal is just to operate the property responsibly, legally, and in a way that respects the people who live around me. And I believe that with the on-site parking, the buffers, the local hands-on management, and additional safeguards will allow me to do that. So I appreciate your time and consideration, and just respectfully ask that you approve my special exceptions request. And as far as when I spoke with Cole, my first meeting with him was a direct meeting. He was in charge prior to Mr. Carlisle. So when I spoke with him about when I had moved out of the house and changed it to the investment property, I had asked him about the difference of the 4% and 6%, and he had said that wasn't even in his department, was for those taxes. So I had gone to, in this building, the payment, and brought my first warning letter and my second warning letter to those guys that worked in the financial, and they continued to say that they didn't even have a case number for me yet for this, because we hadn't created a case number yet for the BZA. When I went to go try to pay the 2% taxes that I do owe to the county for this, as well as changing it from the 4% to 6%. Because when I purchased the home, I purchased it actually 3 years ago yesterday, August 2nd, 2023. So I lived in it for the first few months. I got my loan out of a HELOC. So we paid cash for the house, my family and I, with all intentions to move into it. And I got put at a 10% rate, so I had a lot of things fighting against me for the home. So I made it work for about the first 6 months of living there, and then was this is super expensive. I want to keep the house. So that's when I started to rent it out, unaware of. I knew there was regulations for downtown and Folly Beach. I just wasn't very aware of all of these regulations for being on James Island. And so that's kind of where I was with that. But I do have a certified my CPA is Thomas Hobbs Group in Columbia, South Carolina. And we've been working together for 2 years on taxes and everything. So when I started my LLC, which was last summer, put everything into a business perspective in hopes to make this a working business. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Let's see if anyone to my right has a question for you to
Okay.
start off. Anyone? Anyone on my left?
If I could, yeah, I want to just follow up, make sure I understand, because if we can, we like to treat everybody the same. We give grace if we can.
Yes, sir.
When you got noticed in December
8th.
that you were in violation of the law and you have not rented the property at all since then, is that correct?
I have rented, on the letter, I'm allowed to rent for over 30 days.
So, okay, so you
So
had
I
a
have
long-term, you've had a long-term tenant in there?
No, sir, it's been empty since before the holidays. And then I had a renter stay, which was moving in Charleston. I had a 30-day, 31-day stay. So 1 month stay between I think it was March and April. And then a few weeks passed, and I had a person that rented for 1 more month. And then they extended 30 days. So there's been a family in the home.
Okay, to just cut to the chase, I didn't
Yeah.
mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Oh,
but,
no problem.
No short-term rentals? You
No,
have
sir.
Absolutely no short-term rentals?
No short-term rentals.
Since then, the second thing is as I look at the parking, I'm looking at the ditches on either side.
Yes.
I see Mr. Carlisle looking, I understand the 6% now that I guess you got to go pay that retroactively?
Yes, when I spoke to my CPA as well as getting everything settled, and he had said this is between me and Charleston County. So when I purchased the home, it automatically came at 6%. They refunded me in the mail when I proved my voter's registration and everything that I was the current owner
I understand.
of my house. So I got
the last thing is when I look at the parking, I can see the driveway in, but I see ditches on either side.
Yes.
Quite frankly, I'm not seeing room for the vehicles to get out. How are they going to get?
So it's actually so that we made our first site plan. We didn't factor in the ditches. We didn't know that those weren't a part of my actual fence line on each side. So when we had resubmitted it, we had factored those in, put the 9x18. I think there's 2, then 2, and there's another one over to the right by the Sega palm. It's right behind the Sega palm tree.
What I'm saying is they can't back straight out into the street. The ones on the left and on the right because they have the big ditches and a culvert there.
Yes, sir. There's ditches on each side of the house, but there is room for basically 2 cars to reverse before the cars.
And last thing, and I
yeah.
ask everybody about this.
Yes.
You know, if trash pickup is on Wednesday, and you're going to have short-term rentals, they leave on a Sunday.
Yes.
What happens to the trash?
I've done the trash ever since I lived there.
You pick it up yourself and return it?
Yes, we actually have every other week is recycling, and then every week, Tuesday morning, is trash pickup.
All right.
So
Thank
we've
you.
never had an issue with trash. And then on James Island, you know, a lot of places in the neighborhood have a lot of items on, like you can put a lot of stuff that doesn't look very pleasant on the street. But we just have one and one recycling.
All right.
Mr. Jordan?
I just want to applaud you for your presentation. You've got it together.
Thank you.
And I think that makes a big difference. But also, I applaud you for the fact that when they sent you the warnings that you didn't just ignore it or do your own thing, you responded.
Oh, yes.
You know, people think we're up here to stand in people's way or cause trouble. But, you know, not only us, the board, but the staff, we're just going by the rules.
Yeah, of course.
And that's all anybody ever asks. So I think it makes a difference what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony
Thank you.
today. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jenna June. I am 1755 Central Park Road off of James Island. I'm here on behalf of my sister. We are natives of Charleston and currently residents of James Island. I've watched her run this particular business for over 3 years, and she does it the right way, organized, responsible, and always thinking of the long term. She doesn't cut corners and doesn't ignore the community concerns. She is a part of this community, and she shops at the same grocery stores, drives the same roads as we do, and her kids will go to the same schools. This isn't some outside investor situation, it's personal. She cares about this neighborhood and wants to operate in a way and respects it. She puts real effort into parking, noise control, and being proactive so that this property doesn't become a problem. I wanted to speak up because I support her request and I believe in how she runs her business, and I believe she'll continue to do it responsibly here as a professional and responsible host and property manager. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. We have any questions on my left? Right? Thank you.
One for her.
Yes, sir.
When she got the notice about being non-compliant and she was operating without the rules, was there any hesitation that she's just going to shut it down, or did she think about, well, we should do it for a little bit longer?
No, sir. She wanted to go ahead and get it done. She was like ready and adamant to like 4%, 6%, and just making sure everything was bullet pointed.
I sense that. I applaud you for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go back, Mr. Carlisle, to address Mr. Truslow's question, if you would.
Yeah, so currently the records show it has the 4% tax ratio, but as we described to applicants when they apply for an extended home rental, if they're approved for the special exception and they end up getting the permit, we have an acknowledgement on our application that they can lose that 4% from the assessor. Like once the assessor becomes aware that it's a short-term rental, they'll knock it up to the 6% tax ratio.
So if you have a short-term rental for 144 days and it's not owner-occupied, are you entitled to a 4%, or you have to pay 6%?
No, I mean, the assessor will knock it up to the 6%.
To 6%, so if it's not, if they're not living there, you pay a 6%.
Yeah, so, and that's why we have that extended, the limited home rental permit, which does require owner occupancy, is 72 days maximum for rental. Because once you go over that, that's when the assessor will remove the 4% tax ratio.
I'm trying to look out for the taxpayer, so to speak, but what assurances do you receive, or do you get, or do you follow up at all to see that the difference between 4 and 6 is actually paid?
I mean, that's not it's something we can look at. It would be later, as far as when the website reflects it. I don't know how long that process takes, and I don't really know for sure the time frame for the assessor changing it from 4 to 6. Once a property does start, I don't know if they have to actually go above, they have to wait till they pass that 72 days of short-term rental. I'm not exactly sure, but I can find out their process.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Very good. I'd like to get a motion either to approve or deny this application. Anyone? Yes, sir. Mr. Siddell.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve this application for short-term rental, BZA case 0626000986. I find that it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate vicinity. We've had heard testimony from the applicant about after being brought to attention what was required for short-term rentals. She immediately took action to suspend short-term rentals and proceeded to acknowledge and file paperwork and follow the regulations in order to be granted this approval. Adequate provision is made to protect the adjacent properties. She has stated in her testimony that there will be no parties, no events. She has a sound monitoring system in place and will have posted rules for her clients. She also says she will self-manage the property and will provide telephone numbers to all the neighbors for contacting her directly should there be any problems with people who are staying in the property. And I also find that it complies with all applicant rules, regulations, and laws and standards of the ordinance. And this approval would be with the conditions as stated by staff.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
I would second, but I've got an added proviso if my colleague would consider it, and that would be provided that the applicant must pay all taxes and permit and penalties and interest that is due before the property is rented. That's to ensure
I don't believe
That's
that's
not
in
in
our
our
jurisdiction, so I
purview.
would not add that.
That'd be great, but I don't think that's in our.
Okay.
No.
My concern is that we have somebody that we want some assurances that the laws can be followed fully. That was my reasoning.
I think that's county council on that they would try to put that on the burden of staff to do that, not us.
I understand. Okay, then I withdraw it, but I still second.
Thank you. All right. Any questions? Any discussion, excuse me? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. Where'd she go? Congratulations, Ms. Jones. So your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you will be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Board members, you want to go one more, or do you want to take a break?
One more.
Let's go one more. All right, Mr. Carlisle.
Thank you.
Next
Yeah.
case.
The applicant and property owner, Claudio Mordini, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 3-foot rear and side lot setbacks to allow an existing unpermitted detached accessory structure or workshop to remain, and to reduce the required 5-foot interior side setback to allow an existing unpermitted attached accessory structure carport to remain on the property as well, located at 1618 Selma Street, TMS number 484-1000-043 in the north area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding parcels are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence built in 1964. Accessory structure 1, an unpermitted detached 25 by 35-foot workshop requiring a reduction of the 3-foot interior lot line side setback by 1.6 feet, resulting in a 1.4-foot setback from the southern property line, and a reduction of the 3-foot interior lot line rear setback by 1.3 feet, resulting in a 1.7-foot setback from the eastern property line. In accessory structure 2, an existing unpermitted attached 15-foot by 34-foot carport requiring a 4.08-foot reduction of the 5-foot interior lot line side setback, resulting in a setback of 0.92 feet from the southern property line. It's a property location within the county. These are the ordinance requirements. It's the radius map, aerials of the property. Posted the property on July 16th.
Where is this?
These are photos of the two structures in question, the carport and the workshop. And side of the carport photo and photo of the rear inside of the workshop. Another photo of the side of the workshop and then the subject property. And this is inside the workshop. First photo downstairs, the one to the right, the bathroom, and then the last photo is the upstairs. These are adjacent properties. Selma Street. It's the site plan, the recorded plat. And staff finds the request meets criterion 5, may meet criteria 1 through 4 and 7, and may not meet criterion 6. We received 3 public comments in opposition to this request. The board may approve the conditions, or deny a case based on the board's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the BZA decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions. The applicant shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the existing detached and attached accessory structures to bring the structures into compliance with all applicable codes and regulations. And this is the staff recommendation. And happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Carl, I'm on overhead photo. Maybe the site plan will help it too, but looking at the overhead photo, yeah, there you go. I don't know what we're calling this, a workshop and a car shed. I mean, is the structure actually on the other neighbor's property, or is it just the roof overhang?
So according to the site plan, it's on the owner's property, which is how those setback request numbers were.
Right.
So this is the site plan we're working off of. Now, one thing I just will note from the aerial is our GIS boundary lines aren't 100% accurate. They're always off a little bit.
We didn't notice anything when we were on a site visit or anything. It wasn't.
No, I mean, in the photos kind of reflects, what I saw on site. So just with it kind of looks like here's the side of the carport, basically.
The reason I'm bringing it up is, there was a comment in the opposition that talked about they cut down a tree and they got their stuff on my property, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it tonight. But that's concerning that there's a structure. I mean, we always hate to vote to take something down, but sure. I mean, when it's that close and on somebody's property and somebody says, hey, I mean, where the first remedy is here, and I mean, their second remedy is circuit court, I would imagine. But,
right, and that's what whenever there's like a boundary line dispute or anything,
right.
I always tell people, hey, it's a civil matter.
Right,
talk to his attorney.
Exactly, but if it's a non-compliant issue and we're not going to, and if the motion ends up being where they're not going to get it, well, then they don't have to go to hire a lawyer to get a court. I mean, the government should be helping them. The county government should be helping them. All right, I was just wondering if there's any more information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, can you clarify, was there a structure before the current workshop that's on site, or was there not?
Yeah, there
like
was,
an existing...
just looking at the aerial history,
Yep.
there was a structure back there. And it looks like they basically renovated the existing structure that was there to what's there currently.
Okay, so they didn't add on or tear down and create something new. It looks like they...
No, it looks like it doesn't look like they demoed what was there.
Okay.
It looks like they renovated what was there.
Okay, so there was something there before.
Correct.
I was just confused a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Truslow, you have a question?
Yes, sir. As I was looking at that, we can go back to the overhead, I guess, as the GIS aerial. Back near the shed, it looks like it appears to be piers back there. Just if you go up from the shed that I'm concerned with, is that where the building was before and now it's been moved? Are those the piers that were there?
No, sir. Just from looking at the aerial history, the old aerials, the location of the current workshop is where that previous.
So what are those white things that look like they're?
I don't remember
piers?
exactly what they are.
Okay.
I would ask the applicant.
All right, and it could have been my failure, but to have this on, but I didn't have photographs of the interior of this shed. Can you go back to those?
Sure.
Mine just didn't have it.
Yeah.
On there. So we've got you've got a shower, toilet,
and our. I'll just explain real quick. One of our code enforcement officers took these pictures because he was doing a site visit.
And what's upstairs? Because I noticed there's an air conditioner up there.
So that last photo on the bottom is of the upstairs.
All right.
The first photo, when you see the whole of the first floor, that bathroom is there on the left. That door to the left is the bathroom, which is
all right.
The picture.
Well, that answers that. But I'm going to the second thing, and this is more of an environmental concern for me. I think this property is located on septic, so I'm not worried about the house or anything. But with my recollection is if you're going to put in a toilet, you're going to have a shower, you're required to get a septic tank. To get a septic tank, you have to apply to the Department of Environmental Services to have one. I'm not seeing anything that, maybe it's for the applicant, for me to ask the applicant, but I'm gonna have a hard time approving this if somebody is putting in a toilet and a shower and things like that in a place where, without a septic tank. And you can't get a septic tank until you get approval of DES. So my only conclusion is an unfortunate violation of law. If I'm wrong, please tell me. I want to be open-minded, but I'm gonna have a hard time approving something if the law requires a septic tank.
Yeah, so that, it's kind of a, I'll just, since it's not a dwelling, since it's just, it doesn't, if it's not a dwelling, I don't know if you can say it has a bedroom, which, of course, that's how DES does their septic permits. It's based on the number of bedrooms. So I don't know if in that case, if it's allowed to hook into the existing septic. I'm assuming that would need a DES sign off.
Well, there would be I think there'd be a hookup if it went into
sure.
to the sewer system. So I conclude that it hasn't. So where does the sewage go? Does it go into the neighbor's yard? Do they have a drain field? Is it adequate?
I would certainly check with the applicant to see what they've.
Maybe the owner can help us.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, let's bring the applicant forward.
The site plan that we have in front of us, do you know if it was prepared by a surveyor?
I don't know who prepared it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carlisle.
Yeah.
Is the applicant present? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir. And tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudio Mordini, and I own the property on 7618 Selma Street.
Please restate your name for me.
Claudio Mordini.
One more time.
Claudio Mordini.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And I own the property on 7618 Selma Street. First, I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I'm here today because I asked the approval for this variance setbacks, and the workshop in the back was already on the property when I bought the house. I renovated and painted, but I didn't build it. I did build a carport next to the house. At that time, I didn't fully understand the setback requirements. If I have known, I would handle it differently. I live on the neighbor for almost 20 years, and I always have a good relation with every neighbor on that street. I invest a lot of time and money to improve my house and make it look good, as you see on the picture. And I know there's been some concern from the neighbor. I respect their right to express their concern. I simply ask to consider the facts in my request today. I respectfully ask for your approval, and I truly believe this variance will not negatively affect the neighboring properties or the character of the neighborhood, and I would sincerely appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any question that I hear.
All right, let me see if anyone on my left has a question before you start off with. Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming here tonight and trying to clear up this situation that you found yourself in. But my only question is just what I asked staff a second ago. The site plan that you provided, was that done by a surveyor?
Yeah, it was, her name is Hillary, I can't remember her name right now, Hillary White. She worked on the architect, with the architect, and they did that plan for me. I have to pay a lot of money for that.
Do you know if they resurveyed your property corners? And I'm curious because everything is closed, and we've got a statement from one of your neighbors that seems to think that you put the structure in her backyard, or at least a portion of it. And so if there was actual evidence that a survey had occurred to show that you were well within your, or at least a foot and a half within your property line, that would be helpful.
Sure. I know for a fact, because I was there, she came and measured the property, and before she did the plans, because I have to meet her over there to measure the property. All the property lines on that neighbor are divided by the 4-foot chain link, which is outside of my wooden fence that you see on the picture that I put on the inside of my line. So I know for a fact that she measured the property, and like I said before, that structure was already there when I bought the house on my side of the property. It's on our side.
Okay, and that structure was the same size that it is now, or you expanded
yes,
it?
we just upgraded, put a new siding, painted, because, to be honest with you, it was looking like a haunted house right there. And so we just make it look great, and me and my son work on a little bit on cars, so we use the bottom for a shop, and the top we use it for storage, because the house is a small house, small closets, and we have use the top part for storage, winter clothes, summer clothes, stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions on that side? You know what, I'm not going to steal the joy from anybody else. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, I think I struggled to understand him, so I might ask the same question that Mr. Nelson did. But the concern I have is from the pictures, it looks like the roof structures are overhanging into a neighbor's yard. We're getting testimony or submitted testimony from a neighbor. I don't know if they're here tonight or not, but that says basically your structures are in their yard. Whether you built them on the same place that they were before, maybe they were in the yard before. My question is, would you consider, and I hate this question, would you consider getting a survey done, deferring this tonight until you could confirm, because I'm sorry, I can't take your word saying, yeah, it's in the right spot, to see that it's a survey. And if the survey is there, then I would have a different attitude towards the property. But without seeing a survey, an architect drawing a drawing is a pretty picture. But a survey says what you can do on your property and what the neighbors can do on their property. And I think it would help me with my one vote if I saw a survey. But other than that, I don't know how you can get around this. So, I mean, that's
well,
I'm
the
gonna skip
pictures,
over you, huh?
We do more than pretty pictures.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Trudlow, I know what Mr. Brown's going to say, so I don't want to start that one.
My concern is about the community and about your neighbors and about if people have a well, if they have a groundwater contamination. We're in the low country where during the summer we're really close to the surface. And if you've got a non-permitted, or some people call it an illegal septic tank in your yard, for me to do anything in your favor, I've got to be assured that your neighbors are protected, that the groundwater is protected.
Sure.
And I would join my colleague once again in suggesting that maybe it's necessary, before I can, I want to hear more, but before I can vote in favor of this, I've got to know that the public and the environment are going to be protected and that the septic tank is in compliance with the law. So I'm just suggesting a deferral, although I don't like that.
Completely agree with you, sir. Just answer that question right quick. Whatever is connected to the sewer of the house. So that is not a septic tank there. That shower and sink right there or toilet is connected to the sewer of the house, going to the main sewer, basically. That's how it was there before. So, and I know because I have to.
I can respect. I don't mean to interrupt you. I can respect what you're saying, but I remember what Ronald Reagan said about trust but verify, and I need some assurances the public's going to be protected, and so I'm joining in my colleague, and we want to help you if we can, but got to be cautious about protecting again the environment and your neighbors.
I
Mr.
understand,
Brown?
sir.
So yeah, I think I heard you correctly. You said that your house is connected to sewer. It's not on a septic tank.
No.
Correct. So
It's on the sewer.
The structure, the bathroom and the sink and all that was there before. Like you didn't add any of that in to it. It was already there.
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, no,
I
sewer, there
just
is
did
no septic or anything.
make up, basically replace what was falling apart and put a new siding, new roofing, and paint it. That's all that I basically did. That's all.
Thank you.
On that structure.
Any more questions on this
Didn't have
side?
a sewer tap.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Trudlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mordini, for your testimony. Just to clarify, the the structure was there when you purchased the property. Did you increase the size? Did you increase the footprint of the property? I mean, of the structure?
No.
You did some renovation on it, but you did not increase the size of the structure.
No, because
Is that
it's on the
correct?
same concrete pad that was there, so.
Okay,
I didn't
thank you.
increase.
How about this piece?
Yeah.
Lean-to or
Yeah,
whatever.
the carport, did you build that carport?
I
You
did build that one, yes, sir.
So,
I did build that one.
all right. So the variance there is as a result of you not getting a permit for that at the time you built it. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I didn't know about that. My ignorance, I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify if I can. So the carport was there, excuse me, the shed was there, you built a new shed.
New carport.
You built
No,
a new carport,
I built the carport. The shed was there. I just improved it, painted, make it look good.
but you put a new roof on it. It looks like it's a new
Yeah,
metal
I
roof.
put a new roof because
So
I
the
was falling-
overhang and stuff like that,
Yeah,
that's new. But
yeah.
the structure was there.
Yeah.
So you just renovated it.
Yes, sir.
But the carport was brand new.
The carport was brand new.
And that's why the variance. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You understand? What question do you have? Are you- Thank you so very much for your, we finished with him? We got a question for him? Okay.
I do.
Okay, Ms. Smith.
Did you want to defer and get a survey before we vote?
I would prefer not to spend more money. I already spent $1,500 for the plans, and I don't have that in mind. I mean, that structure was there for almost 20 years. Not 20 years, less than that, and never hear nobody, no create no problem for nobody. So I prefer not to. But if I have to, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get it under complaints.
You don't consider costs.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Excuse me, come back up, please, if you would. Do you understand what they were asking you about the survey?
Yes, sir. Make a new plan, basically it is.
So the question was at hand, would you want to defer this case? I guess is what those board members on that end were asking. They didn't ask. They were trying to pull it out of you.
I really think that's up to y'all,
I-
because he's not going to want to do the survey unless you tell him to.
That's correct. I was just,
Mr. Chair, how about my concern is an unpermitted building was put in. He says it is connected to the house. I don't know how he knows that and how he would know it. But for me, before I could vote in favor, I would need to make sure that the public is protected from an environmental concern.
well,
Other testimony first.
Pardon me?
Yeah, let's have some discussion after.
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Sure.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this
Clean
application?
up on the outside of the shop. It's a clean up that you can clean the pipe that connect to the house. That's what we know that is connected to the house, the bathroom on that shop. That's just.
He says he has a clean out. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, there she is. You waited patiently back there, didn't you? Come on. Please state your name and address for this record, please.
Yes, my name is Katie Page, and I am the owner of the property located at 7614 Summer Street. I am here formally to object the request for variance, permits, or permission regarding the structures built by my neighbor. This is not a simple boundary issue or misunderstanding. It is a documented, ongoing case of intentional encroachment and property damage. I have letters. This is the third time I have given this to him. The third time that he had moved my fence. And the second time he had came on our property and cut down trees.
Speak into the mic, please.
This is the property.
You want to submit that as evidence?
I do.
Thank you.
And also, here you go as well. Several years ago, the neighbor physically moved my fence and built structures directly on my property without my consent. These structures sit over the property line, which the neighbor knew at the time of construction. The neighbor was renting out the back structure to tenants, a son and his mom, and also a dog. He generated personal income by unlawfully exploiting a structure built on my private property. The neighbor is actively deceiving city officials by claiming the structure is just a workshop. This is an outright lie. The structure is being run as a residential rental unit, generating income by unlawfully renting to the tenants who had to be legally served with no trespass notices by law enforcement. I had to call them twice on his renters. These structures were built covertly during the wee hours of the night to avoid detection and bypass standard permitting procedures. The neighbor has repeatedly entered my land without authorization and cut down trees on my property so he can move my fence. And ultimately, he took it down. The police have been called to my residence, like I said, twice. This neighbor unlawful conduct. Furthermore, a formal no trespass notice, I already told you that. Okay, I request that the board deny my neighbor's request entirely and require the immediate removal of all illegal structures. And that structure that he said was there was not there, because I was there when he was making the noise building it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if anyone has a question for you. Anyone on my left? Ms. Smith?
Was there a structure there before the structure was built? And was it?
No,
There was,
I was there when he brought in the siding and everything to build it.
was there anything ever located there?
You know, I don't remember anything being back there at the time.
Talking to your mic for
he
me.
did have,
Talking to your mic for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do not remember anything being back there at the time. When I moved, I brought the house like in around 2020, and I don't remember anything being back there. You know, all of a sudden, in the wee hours of the night, he's banging. Like I said, I have to be over at 5 a.m. So.
If he did a survey and or if we had proof that it was on his property, would you still have a problem with the shed?
Can you repeat what you said?
If we had proof, like by a survey or a picture from, sometimes they have older aerial shots that there was a building on the same footprint. If it was proof that it was on his property, would you still have a problem with the shed or the building?
He physically moved my fence, not once, not twice. And then the third time, he took it down to accommodate his needs. I asked him not to. I gave you the letter I gave him. Do not do nothing on my property you do not want me to do to you. Simple.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, you started off your comments with encroachment. I kind of want to understand, and then you're also saying he moved your fence. So did he move your fence from 10 feet back to 5 feet away from where it is? It's 3 feet. Has he moved it each time? Has he pulled up post to move it? I'm trying to understand what he did, because, I mean, moving a fence of that size is pretty big.
He moved my fence. Matter of fact, the second tree he came on my property and cut, you can no longer see the evidence of that tree because it's now on his side. That part of the fence is still there because I told him, no, why did you tear down my fence? He tore it down altogether the last time. You have a picture, we can see the beginning of the yard where there is a tree cut. And I'm thinking, because he kept inching over and over and over. I said, pretty soon I ain't going to have no property on that side. And he think pretty soon I'm not going to have no property on that side. There is a picture with the tree that I gave you. And you can see the tree. He cut that again without my permission, and I guess he was trying to move over.
So is the tree on your property?
Correct.
Is the tree there now?
He cut it.
Well, he cut limbs or he cut the tree down?
No, he cut the tree down, and the one in the backyard. And the one in the backyard that he cut, he thought I was going to pick up the debris. And I had to tell him, I said, first of all, you came on my property, and you cut down the tree, and you expect me to pick it up. I said, okay. So I'm going to pay somebody to pick it up, and I'm going to send you the bill. Okay, how about he got that debris moved real quick then.
So you believe, I just want to wrap up, you believe that part of his structure is on your property?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Sedale.
Is your testimony that the structure was built by Mr. Mordilli?
Correct.
That it was not there prior to him
Correct.
purchasing the property?
Correct. No, I'm not saying that side port.
I'm not talking about the carport. I'm talking about the workshop, the property at the corner. Are you
Right.
saying that it was built by the applicant?
That's correct.
It was not built by the previous owner?
No. I did not see that. Matter of fact, now he's over. He can see everything is so big. That's something that you cannot miss.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else got a question?
I had one, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I had one question about the workshop in the back and the roof, and regardless of whether it's on your property or not,
Yeah.
is it casting water onto your property so it's create a problem or not?
No, I mean when it rained, but I really wasn't too concerned about any of that. I was just concerned that he just kept ignoring me and just, I'm trying to be a good neighbor. The first time, I let it go. The second time, I had to.
I don't mean to cut you off. I was just trying to get my mind around whether it was from the design of the roof,
No.
regardless of whether it's on your property or not. Is the design of the roof casting water onto your property such as to
Oh,
create
the
a
design of the
problem?
roof. Oh, yes. That's what you asked me. I'm sorry. Yes. And I want to submit a copy of my testimony for the record as well, to be filed with the record.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. At this time, sir, you have the right of rebuttal. Please state your name and address again for the record.
My name is Claudio Mordini. I'm on the property on 7618 Selma Street. And basically, I want to just first apologize for any bad situation that she had to go through. I think a lot of the stuff I completely disagree. If you see the pictures, you can see clearly that never water can go her property because the roof is like that, and it's right beside his property. So the water is going to come on my property and on the back of my property. It's impossible that my building bring water to her property. Second, from her backyard, you can hardly see, if you see the picture or the other picture, maybe on that picture you can see the back shop. From her backyard, you can hardly see my workshop because all the trees have outgrown, veins all over the place, falling on my fence. If I will have to move that fence that she said that I'm moving, first I will have to work probably a week taking all those trees and veins that are growing on over my property. So I don't on the business to stealing land. So I don't move fence to build a structure for 1 feet. I can, if I would build that, if I would know this variant stuff, I'll without no problem build it 4 feet this way and don't be here today. So the building was there existing. I never took trees down or did anything to build it. I just, like I said before, I paint it, I fix it up, make it look good, sign on the carport. But I don't see what is the problem that's created for her. I don't take in any of her property line. The same old chain link fence that divide the lines of the lot is still there. You can go on site and see it. Nobody moved nothing. The wooden fence that you see there, I put that when I bought the house, and it's by now it's kind of like falling apart. So it never has been moved. The line always was there. So I don't know what to say, but none of that is true. I don't.
Okay, very good. Let's see if anyone here has a question for you, Mr. Jordan. To start with
So did you take her fence down?
No, sir.
I mean, it's a yes or no.
The only part, if you see on that first picture where the carport, the gate is, the white gate, from that wooden pole, the first one where the gate's attached to the street, there was chain link fence that it was in the middle of the line. I don't know if it was her. I took it down because I want to.
Take it down. That's what you just said, right?
Yeah, but that is not on the workshop part. It's not on the carport part. It's just on the sidewalk of the
Okay, so
street.
you took it down. Where's it at?
Oh, excuse me?
The fence you took down, where is it?
Well, I took it down to continue with the wooden fence.
Okay, so where is it? You just said you took it down twice. Where is the fence?
No, I don't took it down twice. I just took it
No,
down.
you said you took it down twice. So where is it? It's a simple question.
I never took it down twice. I took it down one time.
I didn't mean to trick you on that. I wasn't trying to. But you said you took the fence down. Where is the fence right now?
I threw it in the trash because it
you
was
threw it in the
falling.
trash. Okay.
It was falling on my property, and it was not her fence.
Okay, so you took her fence down.
It's not
and
her
you threw it in the
fence.
trash.
It was not her fence, sir.
That don't sound like a good neighbor, does it?
But I was putting a nice wood fence I'm going to put there. I don't do nothing.
Did you go to her and say, would you like a wood fence?
Well, no, I did not.
Okay,
I
thank
didn't.
you.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, I'm sorry too.
But that is not on the carport
You got a
or the
You got a
workshop that
question?
we are talking about. It's even, that is,
Thank you.
I'm going to ask, I'm going to give one piece of advice. I think you should defer. You should ask for a deferral to get a site survey, because I will not vote for this because there's too much questions about this property. If you choose not to have a deferral, that's fine, and I'm only one vote. But I think it's in your best interest to get a site survey done to figure out whose property is where, what's going on. But other than that, if you don't want a deferral, that's fine. We'll vote tonight, but it sounds like things are piling up.
no, I understand, and
So that's
I'm
free
agree with
advice
you.
for you. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
Something caught my ear from her testimony about renters in this building. Do you have renters, or how?
No, I do not have renter, but yes, I have a man staying there for a short period of time because I serve as a pastor for 20 years, and I help people, and I help a guy get on his feet for a little bit of time, just sleeping there because he had to get a new job. As soon as he got a new job, he rent his place and he went out of there. But I don't have a rent. I don't rent the place. I'm not on the rent business. My son lives on the house. He just got married. So no, I don't rent the house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Would you clarify, when did you buy the property? How long have you owned the property?
I think it was, I don't have exact day. I can't remember the exact day.
What year?
It was almost, it had to be 20,
20 years ago? Are you saying 20
Yeah,
years ago?
pretty close to 20 years because my older son is 24 and he got about 4 years, 5 years when we
Okay.
bought the house. So about around that time.
And we have no aerial photos.
They're going to show us something in a second.
All right, board members, any other questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Sure.
This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any general questions for staff?
They've got aerial photos.
Yeah, and as I bring those up, he purchased the property in 2014. So,
Mr. Carl, are you bringing up photos? Or
yes, sir.
Okay.
I pulled them up.
We'll be patient.
So, so this is 2026. This is 2001, and there is a structure back there.
No shed. I mean, no carport.
Right. He had, he purchased the property in 2014 and added the carport after that time.
You had some other pictures that showed some items near the workshop.
Yeah, let's see. I think.
That one right there.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It looks like it's got a roof.
Well, somebody brought up that it was
Here's
the footage. You could see the foot poles.
Yeah.
Footing to the poles, that there was something there before. And then they cut it off of the ground.
I don't know if that affects it. I just wondered if it had been moved.
So what about 20? Can
'Cause-
we go through the different years?
Sure.
Let's see. Can we look at 2001?
Yeah, so this is 2001.
20 years ago, 25 years ago.
Can we just go through each of them?
Yep. 2009. 2015. 2019. 21. So it looks like it's between 19 and 21 is when the renovation took
still
place.
there in 2019, or is it just covered in shadow?
And it's a tree there.
I think it's there. It's tough to make it out because unfortunately, yeah, this is the external, so it doesn't have that. It only has 92 and 25.
Any other questions of staff? Okay.
I have a question, Stan.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Maybe it's legal, I'm not sure. As part of the site review that goes with getting all these things permitted, wouldn't y'all require a survey?
I will say, when I started at the county, I was at the permitting desk, and when there was questions about how close a structure was to a property line, if it was really close, a lot of times we would ask for an as-built survey before we would issue a permit.
And that has to be a surveyor creating that, not just somebody drawing it.
Correct.
So,
Licensed
so I-
surveyor showing the boundary lines.
We
and
don't have
any
anything in our
structure.
ordinance to make somebody do that. We can
Right.
request that, but there's nothing in the ordinance
So-
that says they have to provide.
Is that something that we would request as part of any sort of motion or denial?
Just deny
Well, we.
Go ahead. What was your question?
I mean, if you're making, I think.
So we're doing general discussion. Go ahead.
I think if you're making a motion for approval, you can require an as-built survey. If you're making a motion to deny the variances, then it's going to come down. So it's kind of like where are you on the fence? So on the ladies moved fence.
Or you can just defer it and ask
Yeah,
for a
or,
survey.
I mean, we could defer it.
And
but-
ask for the survey.
And ask for the survey. We have the ability.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, I thought
There you
they
go.
had to request
There's
it.
your answer.
Oh, well.
Has he said that he's not willing to ask us
That's
to
not,
defer?
if he can't afford it, that's not a problem of ours. If that's where you're going.
It sounded to me like
I'm ready to
Mr.
make that.
Neal was giving him an opportunity to
But he didn't take it.
make his case, and he says he can't
He
afford
did,
to make his.
he didn't take it. He didn't take it.
We could, or we could turn it down.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that on BZA case 0626000987 that we defer this case so that we can have a survey of this property done so that we know, of the as-built survey done, so we know what is on the property, what's on or off the property, and exactly how far off the property line this thing is.
Well, wait a minute.
All right, so you got a motion that's been properly moved in second.
All right.
Question, discussion.
You're not going to put it on the taxpayers to get this. And he
No,
says
he's got to do it.
he says he can't afford it.
Well, if he can't do it, then he'll come back and he won't have the deferral, and then we'll vote on however to move forward.
But he's already said that he can't afford it. so-
He also said that if he had to do it, he would do it.
Yeah, he did say that.
Okay,
Mr. Nelson.
okay.
You know, one other solution we have here, now that we've haven't even made it through 4 cases and we've been here for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so that we don't have to hear this again, we could add, if we were inclined to approve this request, we could add a special condition that requires a survey to prove that the structures are on his property. And if the structures are not on his property, then they would have to be removed.
So we would.
Very good point.
So instead
we
of
could
deferring
approve
and
on the
hearing,
condition that they are on the property and that we are approving them within the setback at these numbers that have been given. If, let's say that the property line is 6 inches closer, so, and all the numbers then change as far as that, how does that come into
Well, if
play?
it's
but
on her
here's
property.
here's my logic behind this. Everybody that is given testimony and has provided testimony to this board has been sworn in, and they are swearing to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. If they are not telling the truth, we do have the authority to hold them in contempt at a future date. That would apply to anybody that's testifying for or against any particular item that's come before this board. Right now, we do have a survey that's been provided apparently by an architect that shows that the structures are on his property, but we don't know who provided that. It's not stamped. There's no professional seal placed on that. Right. And so in order to rectify that, a surveyor that is properly licensed, if they were to go survey the structures on the property and show that they are within the boundaries of his property, and we were inclined to approve it because that structure has been there for 30 years now, at least, then at that point, I would say it's in our best interest to approve it subject to a survey that documents that the structures are on his property. And then at that point, it would be handled at staff level. And we would not necessarily have to hear this matter again. And if they cross the property line, then that's a different issue that he has to deal with at that point. At that point, he can't even get the building permits, which is already one of the special conditions that's in there, and they would have to get removed.
Go ahead, Brown.
Are we going to, I'm just asking, are we going to ignore the environmental issue?
I don't understand the environmental issue because in getting a building permit, the building department would be on the hook for making sure that he has proper sewer service.
Right.
I think that's a non-issue.
Okay.
All right, so, but we do have a motion on the floor.
Well, I have a question to follow Mr. Nelson. I understand Mr. Nelson's logic on it. I have a slight issue with, I'd like to know the intent of, did he build it on the property or not before I grant him the waiver for the variance, because we are reducing the side setback. So I personally would like to know ahead of time kind of what happened. Because we have had one person say it's on my property, the other person say it's not on your property. So that's kind of where I'm hesitant on. I don't really want to see a deferral because then we got to bring this chunk back up again. But the other issue is really the overhangs and things like that. And if the as-built shows that the structure is not on the property, but the roof line might be overhanging, then now we're getting into splitting hairs and how much does it impact the neighborhood? Does it impact the owner? So that's why I'm unfortunately in favor of the deferral. I like your solution to try to get it over the finish line, but I can't support that piece of it. Just me though.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah. with the course of action you're suggesting, what happens, if a setback is smaller than what is stated in the application? How does that change our approval at that point?
That's a Ms. Working's question.
Yeah.
I mean, are we approving something and then all of a sudden, well, now we're approving 1 foot 2
They would have to
setback
come
instead of
back.
1 foot 6? And
They would have to come back to y'all.
So
Yeah.
We'll have to come back either way.
In the case, I'll withdraw my comment.
But we applaud your efforts to speed this process up.
Yeah.
All right, so any more discussion? So we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor, please, to defer this application, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. All right, so it is unanimous. Oh, okay. Sir, your application has been deferred with conditions. Do you understand the conditions? You're going to have to get a survey. As-built survey. Staff will be sending you information, letting you know the conditions and everything set before you. Understand? Very good. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back at 7 p.m. I'm trying to go home. Very good. At this time, we will resume, starting with case BZA 06-26-00988. And Ms. Workin will administer that case.
The applicant and property owner, Terry K. Stoney, requests a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 24.6 feet, resulting in a 5.4-foot rear setback to allow an existing unpermitted detached accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, to remain on the property located at 3833 Chisholm Road, TMS number 28300000297 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding parcels are located within the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The 1.034 acre property contains a single-family residence and the existing detached ADU. This is a picture of the site plan showing the location of the ADU, sorry. Location map, Zeldar requirement, 300-foot radius, aerial. We posted the property on July 16th, 2026. Here are some photos of the unpermitted ADU and the primary dwelling and Chisholm Road. And again, the site plan that shows the distance it is from the rear property line. Plat. Staff stated that it may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7, that it meets 5, and that it may not meet 6. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the variance request based on the board's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, we have 2 suggested conditions. 1, prior to issuance of the zoning permit for the accessory dwelling unit, ADU, the applicant shall obtain approval of the survey from subdivision staff and record the approved survey with the Charleston County Register of Deeds. 2, the applicant shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the accessory dwelling unit, ADU, to bring the structure into compliance with all applicable codes and regulations. And again, we stated it may meet the criteria. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Brown?
Assuming that there are no issues with an ADU, are there any limitations or requirements on having one on your property? Can you rent it? Can you?
Yeah. Once they get permits, yeah.
Forgetting that part of it.
Yeah.
I'm just, once they're in compliance as far as permits go,
Yeah.
or in any variances here, there are no issues with that.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
How do we find out? Is this self-report or what happened?
Code enforcement. Yeah.
Found out that it was there or
Mhm.
just saw it? All right, thank you.
Any more questions for Ms. Working?
I always ask these, but I noticed that this property is on the property in front is on septic.
Mhm.
Does this property have a DES septic permit? And if not,
I don't know if they do for the ADU yet. Probably not, but that will be a question for the applicant. But
All
they
right.
do for the house, yes. The
All right.
primary dwelling.
thank you.
Mr. Brown?
That was along the lines of my question, so I'm good.
Okay, anyone else have a question for staff? Thank you, Ms. Workin. Is the applicant present? Thank you. If you would, please state your name and address for the record, and I will say I know that you guys are together. I assume you're together, but we only address one at a time, okay? Thank you.
My name is Terry Stoney, address 3833 Chisholm Road. I'm the owner and reside at the
Pick up
current
the mic
resident.
just a little bit, bring it closer to you,
Okay.
please, sir.
Terry Stoney, address 3833 Chisholm Road. I'm the property owner, and I also reside on the property.
So tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Allow my representative to speak on my behalf, sir. I'll let her introduce herself.
Well, see, you started.
Well, I'm the property owner, so yeah. Okay.
Have a seat, sir.
Okay, cool.
Name and address, please.
Thank you. My name's Tamiko Rucker. My address is 2875 Scribus Lane, Johns Island.
Okay. Please tell us why we should approve this application.
We're humbly, on behalf of Mr. Stoney, humbly asking the board to approve this ADU because he has resided in this property his whole life. This is family property. It does reside in a rural area on Johns Island. Historically, where this ADU is located presently, there were sheds, storage buildings, a trailer, and other work equipment in that same area. The lot is unusually shaped. It does have a lot of, has 3 large grand trees, large pine trees, gum trees. So the location of the septic system and the drain field, as mentioned earlier, does prohibit use of the lot in other areas. So there is limitations on site design and layout. So he simply added what was a shed in that same historic location where his family stored items in the past. Didn't contemplate the need to look at setbacks or anything else because for the past 60 some odd years, that's where things had always been stored. So behind the property, there are additional woods and a dirt road. So it is a conforming use. It does not alter the agricultural nature of the zoning district, and it doesn't impose a burden on any neighbors or anyone else. So we are asking for your approval of the requested variance. We do understand that it is a large variance, but there is a large buffer beyond the remaining 5.4 setback before there is any other property, and one of which is a dirt road as well.
Family area next to him, or does he have family next door?
He does. So on either side are brothers and nephews and other family members. So it's a large homestead area.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Okay, Mr. Brown?
I heard mention of the septic. Where on the property is that located? Can you?
If the staff could bring up the...
There you go.
So it's adjacent to the house, and the drain field runs that long stretch from the road in front of the house. So there is a 50-foot front yard setback, and the house is well beyond that from the road. But the drain field and the septic kind of take up that area. The rest behind the house is used for parking and storage, if you will.
So it's beside that little sort of curved thing?
No,
in there?
it's on the other side, if you will. The house is the white area, the little rectangle, and then kind of off to the side and then out to the front is the long required drain field that is permitted.
Okay.
Yeah, you mentioned family property, and looking at the plat, I'm seeing an Arthur Stoney on one side, and I guess this is Robert Stoney. So so another
Terry.
brother's on the other side. The lot behind it, which is Bruce Barrickman McDonald, is that part of the family or is that not family?
It is not.
So the setback would affect that property owner the most, correct?
There is a road between the two properties.
Right, a dirt road.
Correct.
But the dirt road looks like it's common. It's part of the property. It's not a street or anything like that. It's just a general access.
It's a general access, but not part of his property or the other person's property. It's kind of used by even the utility company, for that matter.
How long has this ADU been built?
I think it was built it was during the pandemic that the storage building was put back.
What's it used for?
It's currently used for storage. At one point, it had been
Somebody
used.
been living there before?
He renovated the property for his ailing brother who
Okay.
wanted to return home, but he died before he could move in.
Okay, and what's the plans for it?
He may use it for additional storage and or potential rental for that matter as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else have a question?
Predictably, one of the things where I live, we're very concerned about the environment, and I'm sure you understand and appreciate it. In order to, this was built this ADU was built during the pandemic. So we know that at that time, we know as a matter of law that the Department of Environmental Services would have to say grace over getting a septic tank, and you can't get a septic tank until you get a permit. So how do I know that you have adequate protection for the groundwater and for the public without having a septic tank? I mean, where is it just on our farm? You just get a backhoe, dig a trench, get some gravel, get two 55-gallon drums for the dogs. But for people, it's a different thing, and we've got to be worried about fecal matter and that sort of thing. What kind of assurances can we have? Again, we want to trust you and we want to help you if we can, but to verify, how do we know what's there and whether it's going to protect the public?
Certainly.
Can you help me help you?
Absolutely. So I certainly do understand your concern. As I mentioned, there is a permitted septic tank there and drain field. The drain field has been maintained as well. The ADU has a grinder and pump that pumps waste to the existing septic tank. Mr. Stoney is a responsible father and business owner. If this variance is approved, as he has worked with staff since becoming aware of this violation and obtaining a survey and going through the application process, he would obtain all necessary zoning and building permits as well. And through that building permitting process, obviously a DHEC permit and/or inspection would be completed and complied with.
Thank you. It's a very good answer, by the way. So what you're telling me is even though the ADU wasn't permitted, it didn't follow the correct process, that you did follow the correct procedure, and there is a DES certification for the and as well a grinder for the ADU.
Correct.
And I guess in the permitting process, you could, Mr. Nelson would tell me as well that you'd be able to provide that to the county before.
Correct. Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. The foundation for this ADU, is it a permanent foundation, or was this set on blocks? I'm curious about the future ability to move this thing, or if it at all possible, or is it something that's just on a slab? Is it raised up in the air? What's the?
It's a raised slab. It's raised.
It is raised?
Yes.
And what it's sitting on, and maybe
Cinder block.
Mr. Stoney can
Correct.
answer more, but it's just sitting on cinder blocks?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one at a time. I'm sorry.
That's what-
You got to wait, Mr. Stoney.
It's on cinder block footers.
Okay. All right, I got another question, and help me understand, maybe I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing here on this picture, but if you zoom in on this picture on the left-hand side, there's a guest parking sign and a driftwood cottage plaque on the steps of that. That would appear that is, a little more of a specialized rental than just some storage and a shed out back of my house. So I'd like to hear maybe a little more about what's going on with that.
So it did start out as a shed when he renovated it for his brother to move in, but he was unable to do so. He did put it on short-term rental. I do believe this non-compliance issue arose out of him being notified by code enforcement that there was a non-conforming issue.
Okay.
And so through that process, he has since removed the cottage from the short term, from renting. It's not being rented at all, as it had been. And he started working through the process of bringing the building's location and use in compliance. And that's how we arrive here before you today.
All right. Thank you. That helps clarify.
Any other questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Stoney, you want another crack at it? You got to start over, though. Yeah, your name and address.
Well, she stated the reason why.
Name and address, Mr. Stoney.
Huh? I'm sorry?
Name and address, please.
Oh, Terry Stoney, 3833 Chisholm Road, Johns Island.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, as she stated, I started off as a storage building, but I had an ill brother in California who wanted to move home for the last days, and so I decided to convert it to a one-bedroom living space for him to stay. So that's basically that's how I got here. So after he passed away, that's when I tried a short-term rental with it. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for that testimony. Let me see if anyone has a question for you on my left.
Okay.
No? Any on my right?
Question.
I saw Mr. Sedell's hand first, if that's okay.
Mr. Stoney, the property owner behind you is shown as number, is that a 9?
Yeah, that's the McDonald one. That's,
Yeah. Do you know if he has any objection to your ADU?
Well, I spoke to another gentleman that's trying to purchase the property from him and saying that he did not have a problem with me having the ADU there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
I just, real quickly, why did you not get permits to build it? I mean, just curious, what, you didn't think you needed them or just wanted to get something done? 'Cause if your intention was to do it for the shed versus for your family member, I just trying to understand why you didn't get any permits, especially when you're hooking up sewer to it. I'm just trying to understand that.
Well, over the years, there was always some kind of storage there from my parents.
I can't hear you. Can you?
I said over the years, there was always some kind of storage there at one point. So I just didn't think about getting a permit because it was always something there, pretty much. Either a storage building or either a cargo trailer for storage or something like that.
But when you decided to convert it to an ADU for your brother, your sick brother that was coming home, you didn't think about going through those permits at all?
No, sir, because it was already up at that point. Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Mr. Brown? I'll revisit my foundation question. Like, when you say it's sitting on cinder blocks, are they just stacked there? Or
No,
is
no,
there
no.
a foundation underground?
It's a foundation, yeah.
Okay,
Foundation
so everything's
dug
been...
with rebars, concrete, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And support straps and everything.
All right, so
Yes, sir.
it's
Yeah.
permanently affixed to the ground,
Right.
pretty much.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir. All right.
Good?
I got a question.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious, how many people did you rent out this property,
How many people?
and over what period?
See, probably about a year and a half, I guess. I'm not sure how many people. Through Airbnb.
A year and a half for how long?
About a year
For
and a
how
half.
many people?
Through Airbnb, yeah.
I couldn't hear you, I'm
Through
sorry.
Airbnb, about a year and a half, 2 years, roughly.
Year and a half?
Yes.
So, and how many people did you have stay there?
I would probably, I'm just guessing, but not 100% sure. I would say maybe 150, 200 reservations. So there's 2 people per reservations.
2 people for
Yeah.
how many weeks?
I would say about 150 reservation. It varies from 1 day to 3 or 4 days. So yeah, all depends how many days they need to stay.
Okay, and then one last question, did you report your income on your tax returns?
Yes, sir. I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I clarify one thing?
He said 150 reservations. I don't quite understand that. Is it you had 150 different people stay there, or 150 nights?
No,
total?
different people. Also, different people, not nights. Yeah.
So 150 people.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Different stayed
Different
there.
reservations,
And an
yes.
average of 2 nights or 1 night or
Yes, sir.
something like that.
Yes.
Okay, that's a big hotel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Stoney, for your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm C.J. Walker, 2362 Parsonage Road. I came here for the 880 Trent Street issue, but I've known Mr. Stoney's son, Carrington, pretty much my whole life. I first went to kindergarten with him at St. Andrews and thought it was worth sticking around 3 hours to show my support. The Stoneys are some of the best people I know. I think it was you, Mr. Truslow, that asked, how can we trust you? And I would trust the Stoneys with my life. They are some terrific people. Carrington, his son, is a great guy. He's also always been the guy of a friend group where he's the one to like rein you in and be like, hey, let's do the right thing here. He's always had moral courage, and it takes a good father, a good person to raise a son like that. I have a 10-month-old daughter, and if my daughter were to end up like his daughter Lauren, I would be a very happy dad. I remember my first time I ever saw Mr. Stoney. I think, granted, I mean, this doesn't count being like 5 years old. I saw his family at Lowe's. But I remember the first time I saw him was at football practice at Charleston Collegiate, and he was working on a light. And then I coached basketball at First Baptist, and I saw that they had hired him to fix an electrical issue with the shooting machine. And if he's good enough that First Baptist trusts him, that Charleston Collegiate trusts him, and I mean, those are only two business relationships I know, but I can tell you that anytime I've called Carrington, his son, he's working because he's always in demand. And so I assume a ton of other people trust him for this. So if he's good enough for all these people to trust him, I believe that he's good enough for this board to trust him as well.
Don't look at me, Mr. Nelson. Do you realize you just condemned him when you said that?
Sorry?
You realize you condemned him when you said that? If he's doing licensed work for a school? Okay. Mr. Brown?
Was that bad?
That's what my question was going to be.
I wasn't going there.
Do I need to ask the question?
No, don't.
What happened?
You missed it. That's okay. Have a seat.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this applicant? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you so very much. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general? Yes, sir.
I missed the what the staff recommendation is for the criteria. Not criteria. The what is, I mean. So basically, building inspections and stuff like that need to be done. The normal stuff. And this is going to be operating as an ADU, but they're not applying for short-term rental. This is just to be zoned ADU. He's got a building, permits approved, right? Okay. All right, thank you.
Clear. Any other questions of staff? Any general discussion? Any general discussion? Very good. Can I get a motion to approve or deny this case, please? Anyone? Okay. Mr. Neal?
Make sure I'm on the right one.
88.
Right. Yeah. All right, case, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion on case BZA 0626000988, 3833 Chisholm Road. I make a motion to approve the variance request for the required 30-foot setback by 24.6 feet. I feel that it meets all 7 of the criteria for the zoning variances. There really is no opposition here. His neighbors, this is a family tract of land. Now, granted, there is a neighbor behind us, but he's testified that that neighbor is in support of this project. It is a non-compliant issue, so I don't think it really impacts the neighborhood around it. I don't think it impacts the family tracts of land. So I'm in favor of making this motion for approval. I feel it meets criteria one, where there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Beautiful piece of property out there, lots of trees he has to navigate. We would be undertaking variances for tree removal if we had to do something with it. He's got a drainage field he's got to deal with a septic. Again, there's been no opposition from the neighbors directly. Criteria number two, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, there's no neighborhood association that's against it. This is actually a small square footage for this ADU. Criteria number three, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, we just mentioned that he's got to navigate a septic tank, septic field, and some grand trees that are back there. Lord knows how long this property has been there, so I'd hate to impact the neighborhood by taking down trees. Criteria number four, the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of variance. I don't have any issues with an ADU being put out there in this residential area, so I think it's fine there. Criteria number five, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance in the effect of which the allowable establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. Again, this is residential. This is not a commercial venture. I see no problem with it. And again, no neighbors that are family members that are objected to this. Criteria number six, the need for this variance is not the result of applicant's own actions. That's a tough one, but again, there's no issues with neighbors. It is set well back in the property. There's a dirt road that separates it from another piece of property, so I don't have a problem with that. And number seven, criteria granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. So I feel it meets all of the criteria. My motion does including the two conditions in staff comments.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second? Second. Mr. Sedell or Ms. Smith, whichever one you choose. Ms. Clark, who said it first? Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? There's two. It carries. Very good. Thank you, board members. Mr. Stoner, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much, and good night to you, sir, and your people. Our next case is case BZA 06260008. 00989. And Ms. Working is back up to move us forward.
Yep. The applicant, Andrew Small of Small Pool Company, on behalf of the property owner, Tanya Dodd, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 7 feet, resulting in an 8-foot interior side setback to allow a proposed swimming pool at 5719 Captain Kidd Road, which is TMS number 285-13-00020 in the St. Paul's area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcel to the south are located within the agricultural residential AGR zoning districts, while surrounding parcels to the north, east, and west are located in the town of Hollywood's jurisdiction. The 0.34 acre parcel contains an existing single-family residence. According to the applicant's letter of intent, the requested setback reduction is needed to avoid the removal of existing trees and to maintain required separation from the septic system. The proposed pool will be constructed flush with existing grade, and no decking or hardscape improvements will extend into the required setback area. This is the location map, the zoning ordinance requirements, the 300-foot radius, aerial. We posted the property on July 16th, 2026. Pictures of the subject property, adjacent properties, Captain Kidd. And this is the survey, so without the pool, and then this is the site plan showing the pool. And the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 and 7, and it meets 5. And we don't have any conditions for this one. So, You all may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on your findings.
Thank you, Ms. Working. Mr. Neal?
I don't see a site plan that shows where the 30 feet goes to 20 feet. Am I missing one? Oh, that's where, what page is that?
I don't know what page it is, but this is it.
I didn't see that in my package.
20.
20?
Yes.
Okay, that's not in my package. I see the pool. That one's not in my package. Yeah.
There's a survey before that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see where the 10-foot is. Maybe I'm on the wrong one. We're on 990, right? Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. I withdraw. I was praying that we already done that one.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Working.
I thought we were on.
Is the applicant available? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Andrew Small, 970 Portobello Lane, Charleston.
Thank you. Sir, please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Certainly. Thank you for your time this evening. The applicants at this particular location request this variance for their pool primarily due to an odd-shaped lot, meaning that most lots in that area are an equilateral rectangle. This is actually a quadrilateral rectangle, as you can see. And if you could pan out to actually see the other parcels in this area, this one has kind of the clipped corner, so to speak. So it limits the ability to have this pool in that particular area of the yard. This particular area is required because the septic system is on the opposite side of the yard. Regulations require a 15-foot separation in between any type of excavation, such as a pool and the septic system itself. There is also extensive vegetation on this property and a 21-inch oak tree that is shown on the plan, which also kind of limits the extension of the pool to the rear of the property. And also with the setback requirements in this agricultural area, we decided to present the pool to the right of the property instead of going towards the back to encroach on that tree. We do not want to ask permission to take the tree out. Because this area is in the what they can call an agricultural district of Hollywood. So to keep with the actual kind of beauty of this area, we did not want to raise or elevate the pool, no waterfalls, no elevated features whatsoever. Keep it flush so it's not visually impairing this area. And also, because it's an agricultural area, we did not want to remove any trees unnecessarily for this project. That's pretty much it.
Very good. Very good, sir. Any questions on my left? Mr. Brown?
Was there any research for the owner or looking at shorter pools that might not encroach so far over to the right? You know, it's a decent-sized pool at 15 by 30. Did you look at a 24 or something else? Just curious if that was ever looked at.
Certainly. The therapeutic benefits of the longer pool for swimming was the primary driver of the length of this pool. Anything shorter than that 30 feet, we've all been at a pool, it's pretty difficult. So that was the primary focus.
You have a question, Mr.
I just had a comment. It's refreshing, and I want to tell you thank you. It's refreshing to see somebody comply with the law as they should, rather than violate the law and then come back and seek permission. You made a great presentation, and the fact that staff had no set no conditions, I think speaks for the conclusion that you've done an excellent job in this case.
Okay, I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You had a question? No? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so very much
All right,
for your
thank you.
testimony. Do we have anyone else to support this application?
Tanya Dowd, 5719. I just don't do well speaking in front of people, but this has been fascinating tonight, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? I know our room is getting shorter. Okay. Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions of staff? And a general discussion? Mr. Sedell?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the case of BZA 0626000989, make a motion that we approve this request for a variance. I find that it meets all of the criteria for a variance. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. There's an odd set. We heard testimony that, and we've seen diagrams that show that there is an odd-shaped lot. The conditions do not apply to other property owners in the vicinity. We at the same time, we saw that the other lots were shaped quite differently. Would unnecessarily prohibit and restrict the use of this property. I think swimming pools are something that's quite common in this area, and that would be a restriction of use of their property, unlike their neighbors. Variance will not be substantial detriment to adjacent property owners to the public good. We've heard testimony that the design and layout was done so to save trees and not to make the pool in such a way that it would be distracting to the neighborhood. And we also had a letter in support from, I guess that's the POA. So, yes. And finally, that would not establish a new use not permitted in the zoning district, and it is not a variance result of applicants' own actions, as it is basically a result of the shape of the lot that they purchased. And there are no conditions, I understand.
As well? You did 7, right? Okay, yeah.
I did 7.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, you second it, Mr. Brown, thank you. Any general discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the program. Congratulations. Good night. Next case, case BZA 0626000990.
Okay. The applicant and property owner, Sean C. Carey, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 10 feet, resulting in a 20-foot rear setback for a proposed swimming pool at 5524 Katy Hill Road, which is TMS number 19700000083 on Wamala Island in Charleston County. Additional property owners are William Carey, Denise Carey, and April Carey. The subject property and surrounding parcels are located within the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The 1-acre property contains a single-family residence constructed in 2007. On May 5th, 2025, the Board of Zoning Appeals approved a variance for the unpermitted detached accessory structure. It was a 16 by 40-foot shed that was located 16.6 feet from the rear property line, for which the owners have since obtained a retroactive permit. This is the location map, zoning ordinance, 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on July 16th, 2026. And then the site plan, you could see the pool over to the left and the structure that was permitted top right. And the plat. Staff stated that it may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 5. The board may approve with conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Working? Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
Yeah, this is the one that I was asking. It doesn't have any overlay on it where it says the setback. Does it? That dotted line there is a 15-foot setback, so they're taking it to 20. Is that what it is? And it would normally be 30. Is that what I'm trying to understand?
It would normally be 30, and they're taking it 20. Yes.
And that's
Sorry,
considered the rear.
Correct.
So
because that whole side is along the front of Katy Hill Road.
So we're losing 10 feet is what they're asking to do.
Right.
10 feet all the way down. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. If you would, please tell us why we should approve this application, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sean Carey. I live at 5524 Katy Hill Road. First, I'd like to thank the planning staff for taking the time to visit our property and thoroughly review our application. This request is for a 10-foot reduction to the rear setback so we can build a residential swimming pool. This isn't about trying to maximize development of the property. It's about working within the unique constraints of our lot. Because our property's unusual orientation, approximately 325 feet of road frontage, the required 50-foot setback, and the existing home, well, septic system, and drain field, the remaining buildable area is much smaller than most 1-acre properties. We did consider other locations for the pool. Some were affected by existing septic system, and others would have placed the pool activity much closer to our neighbor's home. We intentionally chose the rear yard because we believe it is the best impactful location for everyone involved. We respectfully believe this request is consistent with the findings in the criteria for a variance. And thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to make a comment. You have a beautiful lot here, beautiful home.
Thank you very much.
Any questions on my left? All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general discussion? You would like to make a motion?
I'll be
You,
glad
sir.
to make the motion.
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Brown, whichever. Yeah, I'll be glad to make the motion. I'll make a motion in this case, which is, it ends in 990, 06-26-00990. I make a motion we approve. I've considered the fact that this is governed by Chapter 6 and the criteria set forth in 3.10.6. The criteria are 1 through 7. All those conditions have been met. Jurisdiction is proper. Notice is proper. As far as the specifics, findings that we're required to I don't know if you all know this, we have to state these just a matter of fact. But this matter has been carefully reviewed by staff. I've considered what they've said. I've considered everything that you've said and presented. Find that you've made an overwhelming case granting relief. The criteria number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions. You have a limited buildable area. It has an unusually wide frontage. I've considered the roadway and the setbacks and the septic tank. This clearly doesn't, this condition or these conditions don't apply to other properties in the vicinity. I've considered the orientation of the other properties. Number three, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance would effectively or unreasonably utilize a fair and reasonable use of the property because of the orientation of specific conditions that I've stated before and are contained in response number one, that if we didn't grant this, it would be unreasonable not to grant this relief. Number four, the authorization of a variance will not be of detriment to the public good or adjacent properties. I mean, this is a very well presented case. I think it'll add to the community rather than in any way detract. Number five, it's clearly been set. There's no question. We're not granting a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of use not otherwise allowed. Number six, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. Using golf terms, we kind of play them as they lie. And you're not seeking an improved lie. You're just seeking to play the course as it exists in a fair and reasonable manner. Number seven, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. I think that's clear on its face that the proposed swimming pool is a customary accessory that people used, and in this case, it'd be a disservice not to grant it. And there's no effect on as I can see it, on the environment, which is, you can tell that's one of the things I'm always concerned about. So that's my motion. I move that we approve the application.
All right, do I have a second? All right, Mr. Nelson with a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. It carries. Congratulations, sir, and ma'am. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night. We're down to the last one. Three people in the room standing. So our next case is BZA 06-26-00991.
Is this the updated? Yeah. Yeah, I was getting ready to wonder because I thought that they changed things. Mm-hmm. This is based on the HOA. They met with the HOA and modified their variance. So it's different from what it submitted. Probably get a new site plan.
Okay. The applicants and property owners, Gerald H. Patterson and Terry K. Patterson, are requesting a variance to modify required setbacks and buffers, including the 50-foot critical line setback, 35-foot critical line buffer, and 15-foot interior side setback for a proposed swimming pool, associated deck, and elevated equipment stand located at 1531 Murphy's Island Court, which is TMS number 617-14-00007 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property contains 0.62 acres of highland. The property and adjacent parcels are located within the rural residential RR zoning district in phase 1 of the Paradise Island subdivision, which was platted in 1995. Charleston County adopted critical line setbacks and buffers in 2001. The location of the critical line was established by the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services, Bureau of Coastal Management, formerly the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control, OCRM. The specific variance requests are as follows. For the critical line setback, reduce the required 50-foot critical line setback by 20.5 feet, resulting in a 29.5-foot setback at the closest point for a proposed swimming pool and associated deck. For the critical line buffer, reduce the required 35-foot critical line buffer by 5.5 feet, resulting in a 29.5-foot buffer at the closest point for the proposed swimming pool and associated deck. And the last two have been revised slightly due to the ARB letter that we received on Friday. Reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 5 feet, resulting in a 10-foot setback for the proposed swimming pool and associated deck, and reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 10 feet, resulting in a 5-foot setback for a proposed elevated equipment stand. So, and this is just a survey without the improvements on it. In 2008, the BZA denied a variance request for the proposed residence, deck, and steps to encroach into the 35-foot critical line buffer. This is case number 2033B. A separate variance request was approved to allow the residents to encroach 5 feet into the required 15-foot interior side setback, with a condition limiting the encroachment to only 255 square feet along the western property line. And that was case 2034V. And it's the same western property line that we're speaking of tonight. This is the location map, the zoning ordinance requirements, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on July 16th, 2026. Again, the survey and then the site plan. This is showing the full, and then this one is a little more zoomed in. You can see a little better. And plot. We stated it may meet 1, 2, and 4. It may not meet 3, 6, and 7, and it meets 5. Let's see. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact, and unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event you choose to approve the application, we suggest the following conditions. 1, prior to commencement of construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line and at the 35-foot critical line buffer boundary, except within approved encroachment areas. The silt fencing shall be maintained throughout the duration of construction. 2, the applicant shall implement stormwater mitigation measures, such as rain barrels and or rain gardens, to reduce stormwater runoff impacts to the adjacent marsh. 3, all approved encroachments shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan, with the following modifications. A 10-foot interior side setback is required for the pool and deck, and a 5-foot interior side setback is required for the elevated equipment stand. 4, the required 35-foot critical line buffer shall be maintained in accordance with the Charleston County ZELDR, Section 4.247, except within areas specifically approved for encroachment by the board. And that concludes. We did receive 2 letters of opposition for this case. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
I'm sorry, I was reading over the documents. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Working, I am really focusing on the critical line setback and the critical line buffer. So I think the one I'm looking at is the page before that. It's the lot. I mean, maybe that'll show it to me too. Because from my standpoint, if the ARB's already looked at this and the HOA ARB has already looked at it, and if they're fine with 5-foot setbacks and because all those lots out there, just everything is crazy. Those things are changing every day. But if they're fine with it, I don't really have any issues with that. But I do have issues with critical line buffer and critical line setbacks. So just re-educate me on, did the critical line setbacks change on this property? Because this Paradise Island has been platted for a long time. So I believe the critical line buffer changed rules years ago or something like that maybe, but the critical line setback has always been 50 feet, right?
Yeah, since 2001.
Right. So, I mean, we're talking about building, and I need you to pull it up. Yeah, show me exactly where, I mean, they're moving it, they're attempting the variance to go to a setback by 21 feet down to almost 30 feet. So where would the line be? And how it's going this way, right?
Yeah, so here you could kind of see if it goes through here.
Yeah, so they're 10 feet further in this way because the critical line is measured all the way down here, right?
Right.
And it's by these these points as well? Well, I'm trying to comment,
yeah.
are they impacting this area more or this area more?
This area
This
more.
area, right?
Yep.
So that's why if the pool was, well, it's because of this node that cuts in, right?
Mhm.
And now that's for the critical line setback. Now, where's the buffer?
It's within that, so.
It's within that, so.
Right, yeah. So just imagine, sorry, if I can get this. So that's the 50-foot line, so it would be like 15.
Oh, I missed that. That's the line.
Yeah, this line here, I'm trying to.
So they didn't have a pool
And
at
then
all.
that's 15.
So, I mean, even the house is impacting the 50-foot line, right?
Correct, this portion of the deck and a portion of the steps, are within the setback, not the buffer.
Right. They're within the setback, not the buffer.
Right.
So, I mean, we're all in this one. This one's really, really impactful. And I'm sure we're going to hear testimony about impacting the critical lines. Okay, you've educated me. Thank you very much.
Anyone else have a question? Ms. Smith, I'm sorry.
So where is this dotted curved line is the critical line?
The critical line is down below here, runs along the property line.
That's the critical line. That's the critical line buffer is the critical line.
Yeah, and so this line is showing you where the 50-foot is going to. So basically all the pool is in the 50-foot.
So where's the buffer?
Normally they
It's
go
30,
in the
it's
buffer.
15 feet out. They didn't add the lines.
It's not two separate lines.
So just imagine it to be another 15 feet out from the 50 foot. Because it's within the setback.
Put it on the diagram?
Yeah.
Do we require that from applicants to outline the buffer and setback?
Yeah, that would be preferable. I drive. But yeah, so it would be 35 feet would be approximately like here, and then the 50 foot here.
Is the 35 foot on the diagram at all?
No.
Okay.
They're just not showing the line, so you can't tell where it goes through.
Okay. All right.
Normally you see just variances for the buffer, not for the setback. And we're seeing both of them.
And it was the buffer that changed after the lot was platted?
No, the setback and the buffer have been the same since 2001.
Okay.
50 foot and
Since
30.
2001.
Yeah.
But the critical line changed, which means the buffer line moved inward?
Well, the critical line changes, yeah, it's.
And so as that changes, the buffer moves. Is that right?
Well, if it moves closer within, yeah, it's going to be a closer area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Working, this was platted in 1995, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it was before even the 2001 ordinance was there. The other question I had for special condition number 4, basically you're just adding teeth to the existing ordinance, right? That requires them to meet certain conditions for maintaining the buffer.
Right.
With more natural vegetation as opposed to a grass lawn.
Because a lot of people forget that part.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
They understand they can't have a structure, but then they forget the other part of that ordinance.
Thanks.
Yep.
We good? Thank you, Ms. Working. All right, your turn.
I also have pictures I'd like to take exhibit. There's an actual aerial picture where you get a better understanding of the lot.
Please state your name and address for the record for us, please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Gerald Heath Patterson. My address is 1531 Murphy's Island Court, Allendale, South Carolina. Again, I'm Heath Patterson. I'm a retired military veteran. I work for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs now, serving our veterans every day. This is my wife, Terry. She's a nurse here in the area also. We understand and respect that Charleston County has for setbacks and critical line protections, particularly on waterfront property, which our property is. We're not asking the board to disregard these protections. We're asking for limited variances because of particular physical constraints and configurations of the existing lot. That plat is a new plat that we had done. That one's not from 1995. We had that plat pulled up, and that's the changes from the 1995 plat, how the critical line has moved. Our property was platted and developed before the current critical line setback and buffer requirements were adopted. The location of the existing home, the shape and the unusable area of the lot, the critical line, and requirement setbacks have significantly restricted the area in which a pool can reasonably be located. I also want to directly address the concerns submitted by our neighbor. Regarding stormwater runoff, we have met with our neighbor and our HOA Architectural Review Board. We do not want water from our property draining onto our neighbor's property either. We have came to an agreement with our neighbor and the HOA Architectural Review Board that resolved the draining issue. We have submitted the HOA Architectural Review Board letter, which you guys have received, I believe just now, she gave you. We're willing to work with Charleston County and the qualified professionals to ensure that the pool, decking, grading, and drainage are all designed so the project does not increase runoff onto the neighboring property or into the marsh. If appropriate, we're willing to accept the reasonable drainage or stormwater conditions as part of the approval. We also recognize the importance of protecting the waterfront. We're requesting a reduction of the 35-foot critical line buffer at approximately 29 feet. Not eliminate the buffer. We're also willing to comply with applicable erosion control, drainage, landscaping, and construction requirements necessary for the project to the critical line, to protect the critical line. This request is not an attempt to maximize the development of our property. We're trying to make reasonable residential improvement to an existing home on the lot where location of the house, waterfront, critical line, and setbacks leave an unusually constrained building envelope. We respectfully ask the board to consider unique conditions of this particular property rather than simply the fact of proposed improvement of a swimming pool. We have heard the concerns of our neighbors. We take those concerns seriously. We're willing to incorporate reasonable safeguards into the project. We respectfully ask the board to approve the variance subject to any reasonable conditions the board believes necessary to protect our neighboring properties in the waterfront.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Let's see if Ms. Smith has a question for you.
So this plat, or it says the drawing that shows the critical line. You're saying this is reflecting the newest critical line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the county officials that you spoke to, did they ask you to put the critical line buffer and the
we put in
on the
those
map?
because we wanted to show that this is a critical line and this is the 35-foot critical line, and then with the 15-foot buffer also added to it. I had my person did a survey do that, yes.
Okay. So usually we have a nice little line so we can look at it and... If
you see the picture that's going through, you can see where there's a dry spot in the middle of the yard. Sometimes when there's king tides, it comes in, and it's right there in that little middle part of our yard. So it's that one portion that comes right in, and that just kind of, I mean, if it was the 50-foot line, we'd have to move our house, because now it comes into that port.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. First of all, thank you for meeting with homeowners. Thank you for meeting with the HOA before. That makes it a lot easier, because if we have a lot of questions up here, and if the HOA is on board with it, especially something like Paradise Island, because all those lots, there's no uniformity out there in the lots. So
I think they're tougher than you guys.
Appreciate you taking care of that ahead of time. My questions, I have two. One, I mean, I haven't seen this plat yet, but approximately how far is the critical line moved from this plat to your new plat or survey? Didn't you say the critical
From
line?
1995, I cannot answer that.
Is it on this one then?
No, those are all, that's a new plat. I'm sure you can pull up the old plat. It's online, I assume.
Because, I mean, I thought you made testimony that the critical line has moved and you've lost some of your lot.
I assume that it's moved from my neighbor's input and HOA's input, how much it has changed in my property over since 2008, when the home was built in 2008.
Okay, so if that is the case, isn't that making the case more why you need the buffer and why you need the critical line setback? I mean, if the water's coming in, you want more of a buffer and more of a setback, yet you're proposing to build a pool in it, right?
Yes, but a pool will be elevated in that part of the yard.
I know, but, okay, you're not getting my point, but that's fine.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes,
So,
sir.
I guess my question really comes down to, why do you have to have a pool that's built in a setback? I mean, it's almost like the whole pool is in the critical line setback, and then the deck is in the buffer. I mean, normally we see a foot or two or an extra second foot or something like that. I have no heartache on the interior setback, the 5 feet and stuff like that. Again, that's more HOA, ARB, your neighbors. If there's nobody complaining with that, I don't have a problem with it. Critical line, you're digging into, there's other stuff. There's marine life, there's all kinds of other stuff there.
My understanding from the Architectural Review Board and the neighbors, everyone had to go through this process for all the pools in the neighborhood. My pool engineer and the guy that's building the pool has built 3 pools in the neighborhood.
I'm talking about your impact of your pool on this lot. I'm not talking about anybody else out there.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand, why do you have to have a pool in a setback, in a critical line setback? You just want to have a pool? I mean,
no, I mean, it's therapeutic, just like the previous people. It's very therapeutic. I have severe arthritis from injuries in the military. My wife uses it as therapeutic also. Severe arthritis in lower back, hands, knees, replaced hip.
You have to have that big of a pool?
Yes, sir.
And the deck? I'm just trying to understand why you need it.
The deck is 4 foot on the other side, away from the variance, away from the critical line.
The deck is still in the buffer setback. I can look at the line on here unless I'm mistaken. It's within that semicircle. The deck steps.
Those steps are already there.
Well, I'm saying
that's coming off the porch.
It's within the variance that you're asking for.
Those steps are already there. That's my porch that's already there.
Okay, well.
That's not part of the plan. That's already built.
Okay, well, the variance that you're requesting is for the pool and the deck inside the setback.
The deck is to the left. The way I'm looking at it from here is to the left, probably be to your right. That's the decking, the concrete decking we built on that side. Those steps, that's the house. That's already there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else got a question? Let me ask this. When did you purchase the house, Mr. Patterson?
About 9 months ago.
Okay.
December 23rd.
Okay.
Or excuse me, December 3rd.
What did you do in the military, Mr. Patterson?
6 years Army, 14 Navy. Can't tell you everything. Some of it's classified.
He'd have to kill you.
I was
Trust me, I'm classified too, so go right ahead.
Infantry of the Army, aerospace physiologist in the Navy, combat Navy diver.
Officer Corps?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your service in either way.
Thank you. I was a corpsman with the Marine Corps. Kind of did it all.
Oh, okay. All right. That's why.
They might kill me.
But can I reiterate on the question he asked? Where it says deck, that's already there. That's the upper deck of our house. Those are the steps. That's not a new deck. That's a deck that's already in place.
Yeah, I'm talking about this area here. I'm talking about the deck around the pool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Yeah,
Okay.
the pool
Okay.
and the deck, not the steps to the deck.
Okay.
Stuff
Okay.
like that.
Not in the setback in this deed.
Yeah, I mean,
That gives a better picture.
there's a big gap right up in there. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was just trying
That's
to
okay.
clarify my point that I was making.
Mr. Brown?
So a couple quick questions. You purchased this 9 months ago. Were you made aware at the time of the critical setback and that you're not supposed to build in it? And those
That's
are
a
the kind
whole
of
nother
things?
story. No, we were not. When we purchased with our agent, he knew we had a pool in mind. We wanted a waterfront home that we could place a pool in. Already had a pool, and we were assured at the time that we could. And it was not relayed to us from the previous owner either. He did not disclose that.
Okay. My other question is, and maybe make sure that I understand it, but this the subject to conditions, number 4, the required 35-foot critical line shall be maintained. Do you have any problems letting the natural
No, sir, not
land
at all.
come back into that everywhere else, basically? 'Cause
Hopefully I can fish from my pool deck someday.
You might be in there someday with your
Yes, sir.
pool. But yeah, there's a fire pit and all those kind of things that would need to be taken out. Where you're
Yes, sir.
aware of all that.
Yes, sir.
And good with it. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you for your time this evening and for your patience as we get to this point. Have you explored any other configurations for the pool that would even shave a corner off to try and reduce that impact into the setback area or into the buffer area, excuse me?
We have considered to move the pool a little bit more to the left of the steps, to go back, because that area is clear. And underneath the upper deck is a lower deck that's already there. We've considered to move it a little closer there, but it's still within the, I mean, our sliding glass door is actually still in the buffer zone.
Yeah, and I
so
get
it's
that
like-
part, within the setback, not within the buffer.
Right. Yes, sir.
Some of the other pools that we have approved in this area, there have been times when, people have proposed even smaller footprints for their pools than 35 by 15. Not that 35 by 15 is an Olympic-sized pool by any stretch of the imagination. You can look at aerial photographs around Paradise Island and see a lot of different configurations of pools to try and conform as much as possible with setbacks. And you appear to have done that to a certain extent with pushing the pool as far over to your neighbor's property line as possible. I was just wondering if you explored anything else that would just reduce some of that impact within that critical line buffer zone.
Yes, sir. It would be great to turn the pool this way, so it's that way, but then I have another critical line on the other side to deal with, and it would be even closer to that critical line. So
yeah, I get the link part of it.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Brown?
Question, I guess just tying in Mr. Nelson's question, have y'all studied any other options of reconfiguring the stairs in order to pull the pool closer and change locations of those? Was any of that ever studied or?
that they are going to remove a few of the steps on this pool to make it fit where it's at now. Bring it back a few feet.
I meant those steps that are coming down to the edge of the pool, the existing stairs.
We have considered maybe moving them to the opposite side where they come off on the far end. But then again, now you're getting into more and more cost as you're going to start remodeling your upper deck with the pool.
But and maybe I'm not looking at it correctly, but if you, just curious if that had come up in any sort of studies, if that would allow the pool to stay the same configuration as far as rotations, but if it slid further out of the setbacks,
Right.
would that?
That's something to take into consideration, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson, at this time, do you want to speak by any means? I'm assuming you're Ms. Patterson. I don't know if you're not.
Hello, I'm Terry Patterson, 1531 Murphy's Island Court, and just kind of wanted to add, just as side notes, just obviously being a nurse, I'm very much into the holistic person and what this pool can provide for us. For me, I was an international competitor of swimming for all my childhood and much after I had children as well. So it's kind of the same as what these other folks were saying earlier, that the length of the pool does have therapeutic use for me as a competitive swimmer. So I just want you to consider that. And of course, with my husband, with the injuries that he sustained being in the military, and I know he hates to say it, but it embarrasses him a little bit, but he is a disabled veteran and he's had multiple back issues, treatments. He's had shoulder issues, neck issues, knee issues, hip replacements at an early age, things like that. And I can tell you that as a nurse observing him, he does get a lot more flexibility and strength in those joints when he does have a pool. The last house that we had up at Lake Murray, He was able to, get in the pool any time of day when he was feeling a little hurt, and he's able to swim around, loosen up those joints. And I can see the difference in him now being at this facility that doesn't have that. So just something as kind of a side note as a nurse that I wanted to put out there as well. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. There's only, okay. Anyone else to speak in favor?
I'm sorry, may I add one more? No?
I don't think it's
It's
necessary.
okay.
Would you like to speak in opposition?
Yes, please.
Patience. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, you too. You too. My name is Susan Kershaw. I live at 3605 Berry Hill Road on Johns Island. Staff nailed it on this one, I think. Related to criteria 3, unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. It may not meet it. However, the primary use of the property as a single-family residence has already been established and is not prohibited or unreasonably restricted by the application of the ordinance. Criteria number 6 is the result of the applicant's own actions. These development limitations existed at the time of purchase. I don't know. I got a survey of my property before I bought it. I knew there was a critical line on it. The applicant purchased the property in December, subject to existing critical line location and applicable setback and buffer requirements. The proposed swimming pool, associated deck, and elevated equipment stand are voluntary improvements. This is from staff. And number 7, does it substantially conflict with the county plan? The critical line setback and buffer requirements are intended to protect waterfront resources, preserve natural vegetation, and minimize impacts associated with development adjacent to tidal waters. The world is changing. Sea levels are rising. We are losing marsh. We have to start behaving a little bit differently and put a little bit more weight on protecting our land adjacent to tidal waters. There's a community pool. They could move this pool. It would cost a bit more, but oh well. That's all I got.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? Thank you so very much for coming out tonight. You do have the right of rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. Well, I do appreciate her concerns for our environment and the marshlands. I bought several houses. When I retired in the military, I stayed in San Diego 23 years because that's where my daughter was at. She's now at the University of Santa Barbara, and I've never once got a survey before I bought a house, many, many times. And we did ask our realtor. We wanted to make sure we could put a pool in at this house, and they said yes. Mm-hmm. And they went out, and the previous owner did not disclose his critical line issues that he had. You come do my job, you wouldn't be able to. I don't know the critical lines. This is all new to me. So we thought we took the right steps, and we thought we'd be able to build a pool at this house when we purchased it. Thank you.
One moment, please. Any questions? Comment? I hate to see it. There's other realtors sitting here in this room. I won't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion?
Go ahead.
This entire pool is in the critical.
Oh, yeah.
It's buyer beware. I hate to see that. You know, we've been dealing with this neighborhood forever. I can see, like Mr. Nelson said, a portion of it, I mean, critical, but 90% of it
Yeah.
is in there. Somebody correct me. I hope I'm wrong.
I would say that for a pool to be placed on this property, period, it's going to have to be constructed at least in the setback area, right? There's just no way around that. I think there is a way to avoid some impacts to the buffer, though, with just a little bit of creativity on the configuration of the pool.
But 90% of that pool is in the...
Yeah, but we don't have to, I mean, a pool is not giving them full use of their property. I mean, they already have a house on the property.
Correct.
And I mean, the house was just bought. I mean, I want to help every single person that comes in here, but there's a difference between putting it in the buffer and putting it in the setback. And this he testified himself that it's I mean,
there's a way
pool.
to approve just allowing impacts to the buffer and not to the setback. The problem is we don't have the distances that would be required.
Right, and it's the lower section that's causing them the problems. So I mean, but if you had a smaller pool, it'd be a smaller thing. I can tell you, I'm not going to support it. I don't think it meets all 7 criteria. I'd love to see something out there, but I don't think it meets all 7. But I'm probably in the minority, so I'll sit. That's where I am, though.
I'd like to see stuff out there. This is my area, but I just can't see this one at all.
I have a hard time supporting it too. I just don't feel like all measures have been, or all avenues have been researched and explored in order to get this as much out of the critical line setback as we can. I think there are some other options that I just feel like haven't been explored.
Well, there's one other thing. I mean, he changed the variance from he's already whittled the variance down from what was proposed in the submittal because they met with the HOA, ARB, and the homeowner, which I think is great, and they whittled it down and changed it. Well, maybe they can whittle it down a little bit more to see something. I don't know. I think that much of a pool in the right there by the critical line is brutal. I mean, that's why they have critical line setbacks. And here is a pool going. Whatever his reasons for needing that size of a pool, I get, but it's hard for me to support it.
Let me flip over to this side, Mr. Jordan.
Well, since you said they could whittle it down, then could we do what as we did earlier, and that is go with the deferment and give them a chance to work with staff? I mean, we've done it before. Why not now?
With them whittling it, it's just whatever
In this case, deferment would be the appropriate route, just simply because we can either pass the portions of this project that we like and even disallow the impact or into the critical line buffer. But they always have the right to come back and reapply with less impacts or different impacts than what we deny tonight if we
If your
so
thing
go that
approves
route.
what you're suggesting, would they still be able to put a pool in?
Yes.
Nobody's having a problem with it, doesn't sound like.
Right.
I mean, because they've worked that out through their HOA, through their neighborhood. They've worked it out with the neighbor, with any waterfall or water intrusion. So the bottom two, whatever those just modified that Ms. Working gave us, seem to be very, very reasonable. It's the critical line setback and the critical line buffer that are the 2 variances that are a problem.
That's too big of a horse for me to swallow.
Yeah, they got to come back with a different one anyway, so a denial or deferral at this stage doesn't make a difference, does it?
Right, denial's the same.
Mr. Truslow, you wanted to say something?
I feel conflicted on one. Got my heart on one side, I got my brain on the other, and I'm not. I appreciate hearing from this side and everybody, and maybe Mr. Nelson can give me some help in settling this in my mind. But on one hand, we have so many people out there that already have pools, and you want to feed everybody out of the same spoon of justice. But at the same time, you reach a point where you're saturated, and you have more than the Wando River can handle, and we have to think about the environment. The second thing is there's if the misrepresentations were made, and I'm not inviting him to the applicant bring a lawsuit, but if there were required disclosures and they weren't made, then he's certainly got recourse. Number 3, As a matter of sympathy, he doesn't know this, but y'all do. I'm married to a bird colonel. Not many people have kissed a colonel on that end, but I'm sympathetic to the needs, and I would like to help. On the other side, my brain tells me 3 and 6 haven't been met, and we've exceeded how much can be accommodated. And I'm wondering if there's if we deny this, does that mean he can come? I would hope that if we denied it, he would be able to come back with a.
He can resubmit and come back.
And could all do that next
month.
month.
As long as it's different.
Pardon me?
As long as it's different.
Make a different one that could alleviate everybody's concerns.
That's true.
So I don't know.
Would it definitely be next month?
No.
No.
What would it be?
Whenever it fits on staff schedule.
Well, I mean, it's not, he don't have to wait a year, no.
No.
Y'all know what's going on?
I'd like to get be able to
Don't bring them in yet.
if we deny it.
Well, may I ask a question? Do you think it's best to just take a vote on if whoever makes a motion on the things that may pass to give them better direction, and then if something else doesn't pass, or is it just better to bring up a up or down?
Mr. Brown?
I would think that making moves or changes to this design might affect some of those other things, and we might limit something too much.
Yeah, so
because
just,
of the
yeah.
others is what I would consider.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that.
So y'all gonna make me do it, or y'all wanna do it? Come on, somebody.
You do it.
Oh, I didn't mention, I neglected, and I apologize, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith is also a veteran.
You do it.
And we thank you for your service.
Just deny all four.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I'd make a motion for BZA case 06260091. My motion is to deny this application on, do I need to go through all criteria?
Just one.
On one. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Number 6 out of the variance requirements. They've placed the pool so far into the critical line setback that it just makes where I can't support that here. So I'll move for denial.
You have a second?
All four? That's all four variants?
Yeah, all.
Just need one.
Oh, okay.
You just need
So,
one.
excuse me, so that was just for criteria 6, Mr. Brown? That's the only one? Okay, thank you.
Do I have a second? Well, I need a second first.
Second.
Go ahead with your question.
You know what's best the timing, but still, if you're gonna approve this, could you explain them their options?
I will.
Okay, because my whole point is, I heard what you said about draw the line, but why tonight? Why them? I mean, we've been doing this a long time. That's my point.
That's why I'm here. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan. All right. Any more discussion? We have a motion that's on the floor to deny. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? Carries. Mr. Passon, Ms. Patterson, unfortunately, your application did not get passed. I hope you heard, well, I know you were here. You will need to contact board, well, our staff will contact you within the next 10 days, letting you know the next steps in the process. They will also give you an opportunity to resubmit a different application than what you have, sir. Okay? So all is not lost. We do appreciate you bringing it before us tonight, but nevertheless, you would need to come back with something different so that we could approve that. Okay? All right. Thank you so very much. Application.
Very entertaining,
Ms. Working, what do you have for this august body?
Nothing much. We 10 cases in September.
October is basically full. And yeah, just.
How are we doing on our training?
Yeah.
I got an hour left.
We still have a little bit to go.
Yeah. Can you send out, I hate to put more on your plate,
Yeah.
but can you send out, or Ms. Clark, some classes that we can take? Because I want to go ahead and get this out of the way too.
Mr. Nelson, you like that class, right? The one that you took? I don't know if you hear. The class that you took?
Yes.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would recommend it? Okay.
What was it?
That's a great question.
Did you, Mr. Nelson, did you see your certificate? So it's actually identified
She
on
did
your
put it up
certificate.
here. He
I
threw it
placed
in the trash.
I hope he did.
Just
My
teasing.
brain just.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.